The UAE, England's carbon footprints in September, might not make for pretty reading, nor has some of the cricket. But have you not been entertained? No draws, right? And in the midst of all this, a standalone 5-match bilateral T20 series in India. Some might say that's the equivalent of dry January. But that was before Bazball went white ball. Jarrod Kimber, Abhishek Jhunjhunwala and Andrew McKenna delighted to say that whilst darkened, the skies are clear, the pitch in Kolkata looks a belter, the stands filling up, and England, under new coach Brendan McCullum, have selected a very strong-looking side. First things first, Bumble, welcome. Good to have you back in the commentary box.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to this. 5 matches, and the significant thing that McCullum has said, all the squad will play. So do we say that it's a look-see? We're going to try and find what's our best 11, because I think they started strongly.
Let's talk about Brendan McCullum. He is, of course, the coach now of the white ball teams as well as the red ball. There's been a lot of talk about England's greatest ever batter. You could argue he isn't, but he's certainly in the conversation, Jos Buttler. At Lord's in September, when it was announced that Brendan McCullum was going to be taking up white ball cricket, he said that Jos Buttler had been looking a little bit miserable, which was a surprise to hear him say that. I wouldn't disagree. But, you know, there's different ways to captain a side. I mean, I know Mike Atherton, when he was a captain, when you came in as England coach, wasn't exactly famous for cracking jokes and giving, batters a back massage if and when it went wrong. Nasser Hussain, I can't imagine...
now you're talking.
I can't imagine his style of captaincy changing just because someone's come in and has got a boombox on the outfield and is playing some tunes.
Came in with a tight 5 minutes of stand-up at the start of every play.
Exactly. Does it matter?
Well, we talk about smile. He's put a smile on his face. That when you win, you smile. We've got to see how they are.
I don't know, Nasser, did he smile even when he won?
No, I mean, when you're talking miserable, I mean, you're right up there. You're talking about a market leader with Nasser. But, I mean, Atherton was great fun in the dressing room. He'd crack a yarn all the time. But talk about Goffey. Just ask Goffey about Nasser. He's got some great Nasser stories. But a wonderful captain, the same. A wonderful man, by the way, if not a little bit tight. But anyway, England are going to put, I think, one of the best teams out in this, but he said they're all going to get a go, and I think they've got a strong squad.
But in terms of getting the best out of a captain and players and getting the results, I mean, can one man make that much of a difference? I mean, it's not like he's got Jason Roy, Johnny Bairstow, Owen Morgan. I mean, it's Ben Stokes. That makes it a bit easier.
Yeah, I think they've got a lot of dynamic players that they can choose. They've got a strong squad. But I chuckled. It's not long ago when it was the mantra was that, you know, a coach can't do everything. We've got to split it, which England did. And I've noticed that India have got the same coach. When India had Ravi Shastri, it was the same coach. Jarrod, how's it going in Australia? Is it the same guy, or do they split it?
So Andrew McDonald's the coach, isn't he? But what they do is they do what England used to do, where sometimes the assistant coaches will take charge of specific tours and everything like that. But yeah, I think it's too much for one person anymore.
But he is a dynamic sort of bloke, and we talk about smiling, and you never see him anything else. He just enjoys cricket. You can see that McCullum is a cricket man. He's a cricket person. And what we've heard from Buttler is that he's looked to be working with him closely. He's been at a distance. He's not been in the test team. Now, the pair of them are together, and he's making all the right noises. Buttler is saying that I'm looking forward to this partnership. The other thing that I would say, that when the previous coach, Mott, when he left, it could have been Buttler. It was the coach that went. You can bet your life that Rob Key has gone to Buttler and said, who do you want?
Is Buttler a good captain, Jarrod?
I don't think he's a strategically great captain. And we haven't heard a lot of stories about him making people feel like they can run through brick walls or anything off the field. And those are the two things you're looking for, right? You know, we always used to talk about Ponting and co. He's not good strategically, but he could take a very average player and make them feel like they were 10 foot tall. And so that still has an impact. I think we haven't really heard those stories from Buttler. Strategically, he's very, very white rice.
And he's not keeping wicket. Certainly in this game, and we'll see during this series whether he keeps wicket. Full Salt is keeping wicket, so that releases the captaincy angle. I don't know where he's going to stand, mid-off or mid-on, but I think it's difficult for white ball especially to be wicket-keeper captain.
What about the relationship between coach and captain? Describe your relationship.
It's changed. It's changed dramatically from that time in the 90s when I saw my role as support the captain. The captain's in charge, it's his team. And I will do whatever he wants to make it clearer to win the game and prepare. We will prepare the team. I think it's totally different now when you talk about the coach is selecting the side. He'll decide what the team is. Now, I think that maybe just started from an England viewpoint with Duncan Fletcher, with central contracts, where the coach became very, very powerful, and it stayed that way. Certainly in English cricket, go back to my time, absolutely not. I was there to support Michael Atherton and latterly Alex Stewart.
But you still implemented your personality. I remember back in the day, when you came in, there was a feeling that this was a new way of doing things. That you brought a fresh approach. You had the motivational quotes up on the dressing rooms and the
I'm talking preparation there. And the one thing that I instilled, wanted, and I had a good fitness squad as coaches. I want them fit. I want them stronger than the opposition. We might not be better batters, we might not be better bowlers. We will outfield whoever we play against, and to outfield anybody, you've got to be fit, you've got to be dynamic, and you've got to be athletic. And that was really, I worked hard at that, and the players were terrific. They bought into it. Took a bit of time, took a little bit of time, but they got there.
Well, you came in towards the back end of the 90s, and then at the start of the 90s, we had this rivalry in terms of approach between Graham Gooch, who was very much of that school. Everybody has to be in the nets, everybody has to do their fitness, then you had the David Gowers of this world, who didn't really want to go down that route.
I could easily accommodate your David Gowers. From the technical side of things, I wanted to ask the players, what do you need? What do you want? Philip Tufnell, you can't set a Philip, who's a fantastic lad. This is what you're going to do. You don't do it that. What do you want to do? What do you want to do? And he'd tell you what he wanted to do. But there would be givens that they would all buy into, the team, that fielding, catching, throwing, aggressive, getting to the ball, pick it up, knock the stumps out. We would work hard at that. We would work really hard.
How important is it that when you walk into that dressing room, and actually, Jarrod, you can speak from the other side of this, actually, thinking about your time within the dressing room in the CPL, but how important is it that when you walked into that dressing room, and those 11 players, and a couple more, they looked up and they recognised someone who had been there and done it and reached the highest level?
Yeah, I remember having this conversation with Mark Butcher once. Remember, South Africa picked a couple of coaches that weren't test players, right? And he was saying that he would have found it hard specifically to play for someone who wasn't a test player themselves, even if they were a first-class player, even if they were a good player. But a lot of it is, if you look at American sports, right, like most of the great coaches are not players at all. And so it really is about your authority as a person. How can you educate? How can you pass a message through? You can hire an assistant coach who's a former legend. Justin Langer was really weird. He kept bringing in Steve Waugh and Ricky Ponting because he's like, we need Aussie legends. And everyone's like, you're also pretty good at cricket, Justin. Just pick someone else. So I think there is an element of that, but it's about authority as a coach, right?
I think you need a mix. You certainly need, within your coaching setup, you need a couple of people who've definitely been there and done it, but you need analysts, you need technical experts on certain, either fielding or spin bowling, and you might draw in from other countries to do that. But analysis now is very important because they've got all the gizmos, they've got all the technical stuff to look at strengths and weaknesses of your own team, and in particular the opposition. Let's see where they are a little bit vulnerable. And if you look at football, you can see some of the greatest managers of all time have never been great players. But it's how you look after players. I think man management is vitally important. Coming back to McCullum, from what I see, I think he's an excellent man manager that gets them feeling good. There's something about feeling good when you go out and play. Now, people listening might say, "Oh, you're only playing cricket. Of course you should feel good," and I agree 100%. You can't be miserable playing cricket. You've got to enjoy it.
Let's hear from the skipper, Jos Buttler, talking about how he feels about the fact he's now going to be working closely with Brendon McCullum as a captain and a coach.
Really excited to develop professional coach and captain relationship. I think he'll be really good for me, and I think just loads to look forward to. Really, it's a really exciting time. I think I've been sort of really energised and sort of looking forward to this moment. Getting on tour with these ever since Baz got mentioned that he could become the white ball coach as well, and I think also just for England cricket as a whole to have that one guy back in charge of everything. Sort of, lots of guys here have been with the Test side, so it's nothing new for them. The environment that he creates, and obviously the other coaches with him as well. So it's a lot of familiarity for a lot of guys anyway.
What do you think Joss needs from Brendan McCullum then?
Well, support, friendship, mateship as they call it these days. That's an exciting thing, or an interesting thing to listen to, that interview. And I come back to what I said. Rob Key will have gone to him, who do you want? And might have mentioned that name, and he said, yes, please. Because if he'd have gone and said, we've got him, and well, I'm not so sure. Captain, if he's going to be the captain of the team, which he is, that's what they've said, he's going to want the right support around him. And he would have asked, when the name got mentioned, yes, please, I'll have him.
I've often wondered what Jos Buttler we would have seen under Brendan McCullum as a Test player, because he, of course, stopped playing at pretty much the same time Brendan McCullum came in, pretty much. Yeah. We'll never know, but we are about to find out what kind of Jos Buttler England's white ball team are going to get under Brendan McCullum. We're about 15 minutes away from the toss. We know England's team. We'll go through that at some stage. We'll find out India's. India have a fearsome record at home in all cricket, but recently it's all gone a little awry. The BCCI have cracked the whip, and we're going to be talking about the changes that have been implemented on this India side coming up very shortly with myself, Jon Norman, Jarrod Kimber, and the former England batter and coach David Lloyd. You're listening to the England versus India T20 series in partnership with Village Hotels. Dine out, play, work out, stay at Village.
Fight Night Extra on talkSPORT 2. Tuesday evening from 5.
Get weighed in for a massive night of big boxing drama.
I'm just ready to go to war.
Explosive insight and heavyweight boxing banter.
I'm the generation fighter. I actually feel sorry for all these guys who's had to fight me.
Hard-hitting boxing discussion that jabs you between the ears.
Fantastic boxer. But this is a big step up in weight class. Really big step up.
Get in the ring and go the distance.
She's got movements that look like Mayweather at times.
Fight Night Extra. Tuesday evening from 5.
On talkSPORT 2, the home of boxing.
On DAB+, online, via the talkSPORT app, and on your smart speaker.
And it is out of the ground.
Live international cricket, England versus India, exclusively on talkSPORT 2.
That was effortless.
Patel's gone right through him. The test match is over. It's pure fantasy. It's cricketing ecstasy for New Zealand. Get the brooms out. The Black Caps have swept India aside. They win the series 3-0.
A lot of things change in sport. Forms change, people change, attitude change, everything changes in sport.
The big story is India have been skittled at home for just 46. The lowest total they've ever compiled at home.
First time in history that India have had 5 ducks in the top 8 of a test innings.
Yeah, it's been tough, absolutely no doubt about it. It's been really tough, and obviously these weren't the results what we were expecting in the last 8 test matches, but that is what sport is all about. All I can expect from that dressing room is to keep fighting.
They've gone.
Bengaluru.
India have gone.
It's been a long journey for Australia. It's been 10 years, and they win this series, and they regain their Border Gavaskar trophy.
I know we haven't got the results, and it is frustrating. I'm not saying that it's not frustrating. It is challenging, but whatever we can do with the best interest of Indian cricket, that will continue to happen in that dressing room.
Yeah, it's been a terrible 6 months if you're an India cricket fan or an India cricket player, and the changes have been brought in by the BCCI. They are flexing their muscles. Jon Norman here alongside David Bumble Lloyd. Abhishek Jhunjhunwala has joined us in the commentary box as well, the former IPL batter and broadcaster. First up, I mean, it's after a 10-year period of absolute dominance, 3-0 series defeat at home to New Zealand, and then following that up with a less surprising defeat away at Australia, 3-1, despite leading that series 1-0. Now, big questions over the future of Rohit Sharma and also Virat Kohli, and if you're interested in that, then head over to the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. Bumble and Jarrod have looked at both topics, and there are videos up there which you can watch. We'll get Abhishek's thoughts on this, but what I want to talk about for the next few minutes, guys, are some of the policies that the BCCI have brought in following that defeat in Australia and the one at home to New Zealand. Now, we've been down this path many times, haven't we, Bumble? Every time England lose in Australia, we have a review. In India, what they've decided is that they're going to scrap the players travelling to the ground in their own cars, so everyone's going to go on the team coach. Families aren't allowed to be on tour any more than a maximum of 2 weeks. Not that these tours are actually as long as they used to be, but still. A restriction of personal staff, whatever that means. No chefs, no agents, no managers. It's you on the coach at a time, and you'll leave your kids and your wife behind. And domestic cricket is mandatory for national selection. Now, we could go through all these points, but does this draconian approach ever lead to an improvement of performance on field?
Well, Abby will know more about this than I do, but when you look at the list that you've got, I agree with some of them, I disagree with others. I think it's quite important that you have your family out there. I think that makes you a better person, a more relaxed person. Travelling on the team bus, that's statutory. I can't believe they go in their own cars. Chefs, I don't know. It might be a different culture that you might need your own chef there. I wouldn't know about that. But also, you've got to get serious about winning cricket matches and the way you prepare for cricket matches. All the stuff that you've said there is preparation for the game that you're going to play. And so the BCCI, maybe through the coaches or an influential person, maybe Gavaskar, maybe Ravi Shastri, have said, this has to stop. You're not on your holidays.
Abhishek, I mean, there's some big characters in that India dressing room. I mean, how are they going to take this?
See, the big characters you're talking about, they're not going to be there for too long, as I see it. But again, as Bumble said, I'm not sure about a lot of those rules. Yes, family, I understand. As Bumble said, I agree completely. I think the family should be allowed, because that really relaxes you as a player, and also it allows you not to deviate, because then you're only either focusing on the game or you're back in the hotel with your kids and with your wife, and it's just a comfort zone, isn't it? About a lot of other things, I'm not sure how the senior players are going to take. And few of the things which going in the team, but that should have been a mandatory from day one. Why are they even putting it out there? It's hard to understand, because in India we know that players tend to travel in their own cars when they go to the ground. Like in Mumbai, if the match is going on in Mumbai, probably Rohit and a lot of guys who live in Mumbai probably come to the ground in their own personal vehicle, which shouldn't have been allowed from day one.
But India have just beaten everyone for 10 years, and they were, I imagine, travelling to the grounds in their own cars, and they had their chefs and they had their families. So why do people always change things when things go wrong?
Well, interesting that, because it may have crept in, all these little stuff that make it more comfortable for an individual player rather than the team. Getting back to if there's a game in Mumbai and 2 or 3 of them live in Mumbai, but you're at the team hotel, you've got to be at the team hotel. You've got to be there for your meetings and your preparation, your strengths and weaknesses of the opposition, your meetings with the coaches. You have to be there, and then you get on the bus at whatever it is, 8 o'clock in the morning, and go to the ground.
Let's hear from the coach, because I think that this message that has been driven, I just get the feeling it's not just aimed at the players. I think it's kind of aimed at the coach as well. I know that Gautam Gambhir was part of the decision-making process. Ajit Agarkar was in there as well. But we'll talk to you in a second. Let's hear from the coach, Gautam Gambhir, on the topic of domestic cricket. He was speaking in December. He wants all players to compete in domestic cricket. Let's hear what he had to say.
I would always like everyone to play domestic cricket. That is how much importance domestic cricket needs to be given. Not only one game. If they're available and they have the commitment to play red ball cricket, everyone should play domestic cricket. As simple as it can get. If you don't give importance to domestic cricket, you will never get the desired players what you want in Test cricket.
Abhishek, when do they get the time to play domestic cricket?
It's more than the time. There is always a different message, because the guys who are doing well in domestic cricket never gets picked to play for India. That's the biggest thing. Karun Nair, who recently in the one day got 760 runs at an average of 350 with 500s, was not even looked in for the Champions Trophy. So what's the point? Yes, they all give the message suddenly about playing domestic cricket. The guys who've been scoring heavily, Ishwaran, who has scored more runs than anybody in Indian cricket for the last 5 or 6 years in Ranji Trophy cricket, has never got a chance to play for India, not one game so far. So what's the point? People are regularly getting picked from the IPL, like the Nitish Reddy. I'm not taking anything away from him. But an Ishwaran should have played for India way ahead of Nitish Reddy, in Test cricket at least. So there's mixed message there.
Okay, well, look, we're going to wrap it up very shortly. We're going to get the teams in the toss in a few minutes' time. But Abhishek, if you were to put your finger on where it's all gone wrong for India over the last 6 months, is it down to the fact that the team have relaxed it too much and taken their focus away from cricket? Or is it because, some of their biggest names haven't performed and this team is reaching the end of its cycle?
Yeah, I think that's one of the things, that this team is reaching the end of its cycle. But also, if you look at Indian cricket for the last 7-8 years, they've been very poor in any turning pitches. They've not done well at home on turners. And unfortunately, Rohit Sharma and Virat Kohli not being in form. And Virat Kohli, if you look at his stats for the last 4 or 5 years in Test cricket, he's averaging under 30 with just a couple of hundreds. There will be a question mark on most players that how is he even playing in the playing 11.
Abhishek Jhunjhunwala is going to be part of our commentary today throughout the series. David Bumble Lloyd as well. You're listening to talkSPORT 2 and via the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. You might also be listening via an Amazon Alexa device. Just to let you know that from the second T20, which takes place on Saturday, and from that match onwards, you'll need to link your talkSPORT and Amazon Alexa accounts to continue listening to our live cricket coverage. So to do that, now just say to your Alexa device, Alexa, ask News Broadcasting to log me in. Right, you're listening to the India versus England T20 series in partnership with Village Hotels. Visit villagehotels.com.
Live international cricket, England versus India, exclusively on talkSPORT 2.
You're listening to live and exclusive coverage of India against England, the first of 5 T20s that we're bringing you here on talkSPORT 2 or via the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. And I mentioned just before the break, you might also be listening via an Amazon Alexa device. From the second T20 onwards, you're going to need to link them. So to continue listening to our live cricket coverage after today, why don't you just go now, say to your Alexa device, Alexa, ask News Broadcasting to log me in, and that means you will be able to listen to our coverage throughout the next 3 weeks or so via your Amazon Alexa. Right, it is time, very shortly. The big man, Ravi Shastri, is ready with the two captains, Surya Kumar Yadav and Jos Buttler, who were full of smiles as they walked out onto the field. It's time for the teams and the toss.
The two captains, Surya Kumar Yadav, Jos Buttler, Javagal Srinath, the match referee, all in order. And this is what they're playing for. Surya will spin the coin.
Heads.
Heads is the call. What is it, Sri? Well, Surya, you won the toss. What have you decided?
We look to bowl first. I mean, but the wicket looks a little sticky, and we practiced 2 times here in the night, and there's heavy dew later on. So
dew does make a difference, does it?
I mean, I don't know if
much?
it'll make a lot of difference, but definitely later on it'll be a little more heavier than what it is right now.
The boys were in Australia, quite a few of them. They've just come back. How's the preparation been? It's a different format of the game. It's something you've been good at and played some good cricket of late.
I mean, they've been amazing in the last 2-3 series as well. And the boys joining us from Australia, I mean, they have a completely different energy. And the preparations have been really good, and we are really looking forward to this series.
Now, you were the captain in South Africa, just recently, and you've got some exciting youngsters. So the brand of cricket that's going to be played in this series, when you see England as well, is going to be highly entertaining.
I mean, it's going to be a great competition between both the sides, and I'm sure it'll be a great one.
Headache to pick your side? Because there's a lot of talent there. What's your combination?
It is a good headache, but yeah, we want to stick to our strengths. Guys missing out today are Mohammad Shami, Dhruv Jurel, Washington Sundar and Harshit Rana.
Have a good one, Surya.
Yes, thank you.
Well, Joss, would you have fielded as well?
Yeah, I think we'd have done the same. Obviously, it looks a good wicket, a little bit of dew around, but sure to be a good match.
You know this terrain, you've been enough around here in the IPL, played a lot of T20 cricket, and in front of a big crowd should be entertaining.
Yeah, absolutely. It's one of the great grounds in world cricket, always fantastic support, and it's always an honour to come over and play against India in these conditions.
How's your preparation been? Having come to India, how have the boys adjusted?
Yeah, boys have been good. Everyone's in a good spot. A lot of our guys have been playing some franchise cricket around the world as well, but it's nice to be all together. Obviously, Brendan McCullum taking charge as well, so yeah, lots to look forward to.
He knows, he played for KKR, he knows Kolkata better than anyone.
Yeah, he does, absolutely. He's got a lot of experience here, as have a lot of our guys, played in these conditions a bit. So, yeah, we look forward to a great challenge, a fantastic Indian side, and yeah, we're right up for it.
When you look player to player from both sides, this is going to be one heck of an entertaining series.
Yeah, absolutely. There's an incredible talent on both sides, and I'm sure both teams will be ultra aggressive and positive and look to put on a great show.
And your combination today, what's your team?
We've got the guys missing out today, Bryden Cast, Jamie Smith, Saqib Mahmood and Rayan Ahmed.
Have a good one,
Cheers,
Joss.
thank you.
So that's the news from the centre. It's India who won the toss and they've decided to bowl first.
Big thanks to Ravi Shastri. Is there a phrase that you hate more in cricket? And there's quite a few phrases that are pretty annoying. The due factor, Abhishek. I mean, my heart sinks as soon as you hear that. You're like, oh, okay.
But it does play a big part.
Especially
at that part of
play the game earlier. Get due factor out the equation. The ground will fill up. I mean,
yeah, I know. It's just that, unfortunately, because of the primetime TV, they have to start a bit later, around 7 o'clock. Earlier, it used to be a bit later as well. But yeah, it does play a bit of a factor. But I think starting at this time of the evening, around 7 o'clock, it's not going to change too much. John.
Yeah, you'd think, wouldn't you? Okay, so let's have a look at the two sides. Where are India? In terms of T20, they're obviously the world champions, but of course the final of the 2024 T20 World Cup signalled the end of the careers in international cricket of some of the names that got them there. So it's a new side. Obviously the profile of the side always raises after tournament success, and India had gone a long time without winning an ICC event, 11 years. So there's obviously going to be a lot of interest in this series in India, but are people in India still going through the post-mortem of what happened in Australia?
I think they will. They will for a while, but it's a completely different format, and also it'll be interesting to see if we get a full house at Eden Gardens. Usually you do get a full house, but see, it's a very entertaining side. Yes, we don't have the Virat Kohlis and Rohit Sharma. They did retire after the T20 World Cup, but the players who have come in place of them are some real talent in the likes of Abhishek Sharma.
I tell you what, let's have a proper look ahead to the action thanks to Village Hotels.
England versus India live on talkSPORT 2 with Village Hotels. Dine out, stay, work out, play. Visit villagehotels.com.
You're listening to live and exclusive coverage of the first of 5 T20s between India and England. I'm Jon Norman, alongside Abhishek Jhunjhunwala. Okay, so let's look at some of the new guys, or not so new guys. I mean, Surya Kumar Yadav, I still think of him as a bright new thing, but he's he's in his early 30s. But both of the captains, we've just seen them walk to the field. Jos Buttler has got a big smile on his face, but it looks a touch more forced than the one that is on the face of Surya Kumar Yadav. Now, you would know the guy. he's not that much younger than you. But, you know, he was for a long time seen as a bright new thing of Indian cricket. Now, of course, he's established. He's played a lot of games for India. That is not a guy that looks like he's under any pressure whatsoever. He's bounded to the crease. He can't wait to get going. He's got a terrific record against England, and he is a phenomenal talent as well.
Players who've been fairly confident, and yes, he's a bit of a late bloomer, or he was given an opportunity in the Indian setup very, very late. Should have come a lot earlier, at least 2 or 3 years earlier than he did. But since he has come, you know, he's taken this game like anyone else, and he's been outstanding with the bat, and also now with the captaincy. No one thought, I don't think anybody thought that he's going to be given the captaincy. Everyone thought that it's going to be Hardik Pandya, but things changed very quickly.
How did that go down with Hardik?
I don't think that went very well. And I think that has a lot to do when Hardik chose not to play for Mumbai Indians and went to Gujarat and took the captaincy. And also then when he came back to Mumbai Indians and Rohit Sharma was asked to leave and Hardik became the captain. So there was a lot of conflict there.
If you are just joining us here on talkSPORT 2, the teams that were announced, the England team was announced yesterday. Ben Duckett and Phil Salt opening up. Jos Buttler batting at 3. He will not be keeping wicket. Harry Brook at 4. Liam Livingstone at 5. Jacob Bethel, if you were fortunate enough to be up all night throughout December, you would have seen him bat or listen to our coverage from New Zealand. He really took to Test cricket well, and of course he played white ball cricket for England against the West Indies in a series we also had here on talkSPORT 2. Jamie Overton at 7 with Gus Atkinson at 8, Jofra Archer and Mark Wood both in the side, with Adil Rashid coming in at 10. For India, Abhishek Sharma opening up alongside Sanju Samson. Tilak, we'll talk about him as well, because what an introduction, or what a year or so he's had within this T20 setup. It does mean that Surya Kumar Yadav bats at 4, which possibly, will we see the best of him? We'll see. Hardik Pandya at 5, Nitish Reddy at 6. He played all 5 Test matches for Australia against India, scored a century as well. Rinku Singh, Axar Patel, Ravi Bishnoi, with Arshdeep Singh coming in at 11. And another guy that kind of goes in under the radar a little bit, but his figures really stand up for scrutiny alongside the very best Jasprit Bumrah, who isn't playing. Varun Chakravarti as well, the spinner, makes up the 11 for India. So 2 really strong looking sides, Abhishek.
Very strong looking sides. And I'm a bit surprised India went with 3 spinners at Eden Gardens, and probably the reason, as Surya mentioned, the pitch looks a bit sticky and he's won the toss. So yeah, it could well go in his favour. But I still feel that Surya Kumar Yadav is coming in at number 3. And Tilak Verma will bat at number 4. Surya is not giving up his spot.
We shall see. I mean, Tilak Verma is fresh from 2 centuries at 3 against South Africa. He comes into this series in ridiculous form, and he's one of those players, and this is what always happens at the start of a series like this, or normally. There's a couple of players that maybe the opposition aren't too familiar with, and he will be one of those players. If you're an England cricket fan listening to our coverage, you're thinking, well, who is this guy? I haven't really heard too much about him. I've got a feeling that at the end of the 5th T20, you're going to know a lot about India's number 3 or 4, depending on when he comes in.
Yeah, I think him and Abhishek Sharma as well, though people have seen a lot of them in the IPL, especially Abhishek Sharma, the way he started for the Sunrisers. Yeah, these 2 are really, really exciting talent for India. And also not just for India, I think for world cricket as well, with some of the players from England like the Harry Brooks and Bethel.
So from an Indian perspective, I mean, Brendan McCullum has been in and around the Red Bull setup for a couple of years now. What kind of changes do you think he's going to implement? This is one thing that shouldn't be forgotten, is that this is a very strong T20 side that England are putting out on the field. I'm not sure Matthew Mott had his strongest side for the majority of the tournaments that he was in charge, but that makes a massive difference, isn't it?
It does make a massive difference. He's got a full squad. He's got the likes of Jofra Archer back, which makes a massive difference in terms of the bowling attack, but also with the batting also. He's got a full side. And again, with Brendan McCullum, what's coming. He's going to bring in that approach where people will play with a lot of freedom. They'll be very expressive when they're out there. Not that England doesn't do it on a regular basis. They are a team which goes out there and they play with a lot of freedom and they're not shy to express. And that's exactly what we can expect with him as well.
Brilliant stuff. Well, look, Abhishek Jhunjhunwala is going to be with us throughout match day 1 of 5. Andrew McKenna is chomping at the bit, waiting to get involved as well. David Bumble Lloyd, the former England coach and batter and broadcaster, will be back very shortly. Jarrod Kimber as well. But it's time now to get an odds update with William Hill.
England versus India live on talkSPORT 2 with Village Hotels. Pack more into a breakaway at Village. Visit villagehotels.com.
That was a big thanks to Village Hotels.
In the Zone on talkSPORT 2 with William Hill. 18 plus, gambleaware.org.
Well, I'm pleased to say that Alex Dunn joins us to run through all the markets ahead of the first T20 between India and England.
Yeah, looking forward to it. India are 8-13. They are favourites, and understandably so. England are 13-10. I certainly think England can cause a few issues for India. Whether they can go and win remains to be seen, but there will be a few tempted by that 13-10. We've got a couple of enhanced odds markets, though, that I think may be the way to play this. Firstly, Josh Buttler to score a 50, boosted from 9-4 out to 11-4, and that makes a plenty of appeal. I also quite like the look, if you are looking for a pro-England bet, of England to win and Phil Salt to be the top England run scorer. That's been boosted from 8-1 all the way out to a whopping 10-1. England to win and Phil Salt to be the top England run scorer. As ever, we've plenty of markets available for you. Team to score the most sixes, India 3-4, England are 11-10, the draw is 12-1. But plenty of markets available, and of course you can bet in play once the action goes live as well.
Thank you very much, Alex. That was today's odds update with William Hill. 18 plus, begambleaware.org.
In the Zone on talkSPORT 2 with William Hill. 18 plus, gambleaware.org.
You're listening to India versus England, a 5-match T20 series followed by 3 ODIs in partnership with Village Hotels. Pack more into a breakaway at Village. Visit villagehotels.com.
talkSPORT 2. Traffic and travel.
In Lancashire, the M6 southbound is partly blocked after a collision. It's happened between junction 33 for the A6 and 32 for the M55. In North Yorkshire at Barton Hill, the A64 has been closed after a collision between Mains Lane and the A169. And in Devon at South Brent, the A38 westbound is blocked after a multi-vehicle collision between the Rangerton Cross turn-off at South Brent and the Ivy Bridge turn-off. I'm Adam Moore.
The stars come out to talk on talkSPORT and talkSPORT 2. The biggest names in football.
Former Barcelona captain Gerard Piqué.
Hi.
You know you're more handsome in real life.
Blue chip, triple A rated opinion.
And it's a very good morning to Manny Petit.
His achievement, has been magnificent.
Planet-sized players.
The legend that is Peter Schmeichel. I've been very, very entertained so far.
Massive games, massive names on talkSPORT and talkSPORT 2. Live international cricket, England versus India, exclusively on talkSPORT 2.
He's in, he's bowled and he's hit for 6 over long on. What a shot from Josh Buttler.
Ultimately, I looked at the opportunity and I thought, what a great chance to have good crack.
Oh, Hardik. He's hit that even further. Oh, miles further.
Belfast gets a shot. Well, he's pulling in the air out to the fine leg area. That's gone for 6.
Buttler makes sure that it's 6, number 23.
I'm really excited to see Baz coach that one-day group.
And that's out. That's caught behind. Beautiful bowling by Akshar Patel.
You don't want to go off and put the kettle on here, do you? You're going to miss something.
Well said, Darren Goff. You do not want to be going off and putting the kettle on. You need to have done that already, because we are 13 minutes away from the first ball in the first of the T20 internationals, coming to you exclusively live here on talkSPORT 2. I'm Andrew McKenna. Welcome along to what it should be an awful lot of fun. If you are just joining us, let's recap where we are. India have won the toss and elected to bowl. Interesting that teams that have won the toss in the last 16 games have bowled 14 times. So that's a bit of an indicator. England announced their team yesterday. It is the same team that is going to take to the field today. So Salt, Duckett, Buttler, Brook, Livingston, Bethel, Overton, Atkinson, Archer, Rashid and Wood. And for the Indian side, Sanju Samson, Abhishek Sharma opening up, Suryakumar Yadav, Tilak Varma, Hardik Pandya, Rinko Singh, Nitish Kumar Reddy, Akshar Patel, Ravi Bishnoi, Arshdeep Singh and Varun Chakravarti. Now, interestingly, at the toss, Suryakumar Yadav said one of the reasons that he elected to bowl was he thought there might be a bit of dew later. Well, for the last 5 minutes, there have been about 6 pairs of ground staff walking around the outfield with rope. So Abhishek Jhunjhunwala, a man who's played at Eden Gardens considerably more times than I have, does that mean that the dew is already down and they're trying to shift it with the rope? And does it then stay for the rest of the evening, or is it a case of it'll be a problem for a while and then disappear? Give the non-experts of Eden Gardens a bit of a guide to dew there.
Evening, as it's a winter season in India and Eden Garden gets very heavy dew, and hence the reason why Surya has chosen to bowl first. Not that he wouldn't have chosen to bowl first even if there was no dew. That's the modern day cricket everyone likes chasing. But yeah, the dew could play a factor. We have seen that on many occasions in the IPL as well, that dew sometimes, toss can make the biggest factor. And we'll just have to wait and see. Hopefully the ground staff will be kept busy to try and take that dew off throughout the course of the game. But we're looking at the both sides. I hope that dew doesn't play much of a factor, because they're both very entertaining and very strong sides.
We used a phrase an awful lot before Christmas when we were doing the West Indies-England series, win the toss, win the game. And I'm afraid it was quite a lot like that. Is this series going to be similar, or actually will it be different?
No, I think it'll be different, because in different parts of India, it could play very differently. Not everywhere in India you're going to get that amount of dew. So it's just, you got to wait and watch. But I hope that's not the case, because what you want to see with 2 incredibly strong sides is a proper series where, whoever does well with the bat and ball wins.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you're not aware of the schedule for this, there's going to be some air miles rocks up. So we're starting off in Kolkata, up in the northeast. Then it's down to the south to Chennai. Then over to Rajkot, up to Pune, and finishing off at the Wankhede in Mumbai. So it's not like they've been geographically centred, so it's all in a similar kind of area, therefore similar conditions. I mean, Kolkata to Chennai, I mean, I can't even think how many miles that is. I mean, we're talking basically a continent.
Yeah, absolutely. And with Chennai, one thing I can tell you, there'll hardly be any dew because Chennai never gets the winter. It's summer throughout the year. So it's going to be hot conditions, and also the conditions. It can be quite nippy in Kolkata in this time of the year, but next match is in Chennai, it will be very hot. So the player will have to acclimatise.
Can we do a sliding scale on chilli, by the way, for Kolkata? Because for those people in the UK at the moment that have had about minus whatever it is for the last few days and weeks, I mean, compared to that, this would be quite pleasant.
It'll be very pleasant for the English players, for the players in India, because a lot of players in this side come from the west of India where you hardly get any winter. So for them, this could be slightly nippy.
Give you an idea of where we are in terms of stats in this. Kolkata, average score batting first in these night games, 157. So that's about a standard kind of T20 game. Now, you do get scores of above 200, but that's probably in about the region, I would say, on that one. Would that be fair?
Yeah, I think on this surface, looking at this surface and what we have heard so far, we'll have to wait and see a couple of games, because as Surya Kumar Yadav mentioned that it was a bit sticky, but going with the usual sort of surface which you get in Calcutta, I think 170, 180 could be a par on this surface.
Well, these two sides have met once before in Kolkata, and it was an England win. It was back in October of 2011. India batted first and made 120 for 9. Stephen Finn taking 3 for 22. England knocked those off, 4 down in 18 overs and 4 balls. Kevin Peterson, 53 not out, England's highest scorer. So that is one of the things about this tour, is they don't actually play that many times. England have played India in T20s 24 times. 11 wins, 13 losses. So 88 games out of the 208 that England have played in T20 international cricket. As you might imagine, India have played slightly more than that. 246 with 164 wins. But at home, they dominate. 89 games played, 59 games won. Which is interesting, because, of course, that then brings pressure and expectation, doesn't it, Abby? Because the Indian public say, well, we win at home, it's just what we do.
But that's been the story with all format, but recently it's changed quite dramatically in the last series against New Zealand, where they lost all 3 test matches. So again, we look at both sides. I don't think those stats will do justice, because England, looking at the side, it's a very, very entertaining side, a very strong side. Again, Brendan McCullum taking the helm as a coach for the white ball cricket as well. That could change things up or spice things up a little bit for England.
Well, the other thing is, of course, I mentioned that one game that they played, October 2011. T20 cricket has only been around, it is now just over 20 years, isn't it, basically? So that was halfway through its life. It's changed beyond all recognition. So while we've got these kind of stats, in a way, you can't put too much store in them, because you might be looking at a game from 2008, 2009, 2010, and the game has changed beyond all recognition. So we need to be a bit careful with those. The match officials are on the way, led by our match referee Javagal Srinath, because we are going to have anthems before we get underway. I've always thought that if you're an opening batter, this is the last thing you want. You're padded up, you're ready to go, you're thinking about that first couple of deliveries that's going to come flying down at you. And now all of a sudden you've got to stand in line, try and sing vaguely in tune, or at least mime in time with the words so that you don't embarrass yourselves. But it is something that we will do. Normally it's just ahead of the first match of a series, but in some venues, in some places, like the West Indies obviously, with different islands.
जनगणमन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मागे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
Both anthems sung. Suryakumar Yadav as captain of India had his eyes closed, concentrating while he was singing that, and the players can now get themselves ready. The Indian team will have one final huddle as the umpires will make their way to the middle. Nitin Menon is standing in his 50th T20 this evening. He's alongside Madana Gopal and our TV umpire, Mr. Manthorp Padmanabhan. So we are just about ready to go. The start of the new look Indian era against the start of the Brendan McCullum white ball era. Delighted to say that the England legend, player, coach, broadcaster David Lloyd is alongside me. Before the first ball is bowled of any series, everything's level. So we just need to know which way this series is going to go, but I think it's going to be brilliant.
Well, there's 5 matches. It'll capture the imagination, and we're going to look at England as well, and Ben Duckett opening the batting. They like Duckett, don't they? Duckett in red ball cricket, Duckett in white ball cricket. Smile on his face, so they say, about Buttler. We'll see what he's like at the end of these 5 matches.
Well, the last orders, they've called that early.
That's Goswami, the women's cricketer who's just had a stand named after her. That's right, there was a good ceremony before the game started, but it's down to business for the men's teams. India, would you say, in transition, younger players being able to stake a claim. They've cracked the whip. The BCCI or the coaches or somebody in a very high position has cracked a whip to the players and said, you're not on a holiday, get down to business.
Yeah, you're not on a very well paid holiday as well.
So. Well, there's all sorts of things. The one that intrigued me, they travel to the game in their own cars. Where, you know, I think in any sport you tend to arrive as a team. You know, there's something about that ritual of getting off the team bus.
Absolutely.
We've arrived, we're here.
Well, that was that old Warney quote, wasn't it? When asked about coaching, he said the only coach you need is the one that takes you to the ground in the morning.
Yeah, he said that often. Yeah.
Here we go then, everybody. Phil Salt and Ben Duckett. Salt to take the first ball. And we're about to get this series underway. Every ball of it live, as I say, here on talkSPORT 2, and then 3 one-day internationals coming your way as well. Arshdeep Singh is the man who is going to bowl the first over. He needs 5 wickets for 100 in this format of the game. He's on 95 at the moment. No Indian has 100 wickets in this format. Yuzvendra Chahal is the leader on 96. So he is 1 away from equaling it.
We'll see this pitch as well. We just got a glimpse of it earlier. It looked to have a little bit of grass on it. Usually you think pitches in India will spin. Well, we'll see how this one pans out. India winning the toss and electing to bowl first.
Here we go then. Umpire says play. 1 slip in place, and Arshdeep is on his way in to bowl left arm over the wicket. He's in, and he takes Salt on the pads, and there's a little bit of shape on that one early doors, Bumble.
I like a left arm over, particularly in one-day cricket. You get that different angle. These matches will come thick and fast, and it's a super place to tour. I mean, everybody's into cricket. You go anywhere in India and there's no respite from cricket.
Brilliant, brilliant place to tour. We were there, of course, a year or so ago, bringing you that Test match series. That was my first trip to India. Great fun. Really was an eye-opening experience. Absolutely brilliant. 4 on the offside for Arshdeep. as he comes in once again. It's left arm. Now that one goes the other way. It moves a little bit away from Salt, going across the right-hander, pushes to point Akshar Fields, and there's no run. 2 balls gone, 0 for 0.
I suppose it's very, very warm, and these first 2 deliveries, there's just a hint of swing, movement in the air. There's a slip in position, a short third man. That short third man is almost at gully. And you see England, I mean, they've got a strong squad out there, and 1 or 2 notable absentees, but they said, well, McCullum has said that the whole squad will play in this 5-match series.
Third ball, Arshdeep is in. Oh, he's got in a terrible tangle there. So he's gone on the pull, he's got big on him, and he just loops up in the air, and he's caught behind for a 3-ball duck. England are 0 for 1. The Brendan McCullum era is underway. First wicket down, 3 balls in. Salt thought about a pull, pulled out of that shot, and it ended up just taking him high on the bat. Lobs up, and Arshdeep is now joint top wicket taker for India, with one of the easiest he'll ever get.
And it's 129 Ks, it's not quick. I talk about angle, left arm over and an angle and a bit of extra bounce. He gets in an almighty tangle, Phil Salt. He's seen the movement for the first 2 deliveries, and that bounces on him. He's not a clue where it's gone, and it's a tame dismissal. England lose the first wicket, nothing on the board.
Oh, Jarrod Kimber sitting next to me, which means we've not managed to get rid of him yet.
What's interesting, Bumble, is you've got a left-arm seam bowler who swings the ball both directions. And you don't see most left-arm swing bowlers, if they swing it at all, they swing it back into right-handers. And that one swung away, and he swung 2 away from Salt and 1 back into him. That was I think that's what surprised Salt. I think he thought that ball was going to go down the leg side, he was going to be able to flick it away, and suddenly it ended up outside the line.
And bounce did him as well. Certainly, new ball bounce brings Buttler to the crease. Not wicket-keeping, Buttler. He's captain, he said he's going to play, or he's got a smile on his face. We'll see how he is after 5 matches working with McCullum, but that's not the greatest of starts. Just 3 deliveries.
Sanju Samson taking the catch behind to bring Jos Buttler to the crease in his 130th T20 international. He's made 498 runs against India previously in this form of the game, looking to become the 5th international batter to get to 500. More of that later, though. I was going to pause because Arshdeep was on the way, but Jos Buttler's not happy because there's someone down at deep long on who is moving right behind the bowler, and therefore Jos Buttler says, no, we'll do it again. So yeah, Butler's on 498, the 4 batters who've got to 500 against India. Nicholas Purran's the leader on 592, Glenn Maxwell 574, David Miller 524, and Aaron Finch around 500. Here comes Arshdeep then, first ball to Buttler, again this swing, that's starting outside leg stump, goes away, takes the outside portion of the bat, and has been misfielded. That has gone all the way down to deep third, and there's a single, and in fact they've taken 2, so Buttler and England both underway with that 2 down to third.
And it's swing away from the right-hander. Sloppy piece of fielding at short third.
It looked like it was just rolling straight to the field.
It was, he just missed it completely. Infuriating for a bowler. You just take a wicket, you want to keep that batter in.
Absolutely. Here's Arshdeep. That's across Buttler, doesn't swing this time. Buttler pushes at that one, doesn't make any contact. It's through to Sanju Samson behind the stumps. 5 balls have been sent down. England 2 for 1. Every ball so far has been an event.
Well, just 5 deliveries. The one thing, if I've got a coach's hat on and I'm sat watching this, feet, move.
There's a lot of playing with hands at the moment, isn't it? Reaching for it.
Just feeling for the ball, and they've seen. And again, what might have just spooked him, it got him in the mind. Swing.
Well, Arshdeep has bowled a tremendous first over here. No taking 3 or 4 balls to get yourself into it. He's been at it from ball 1. Here we go for the final time in the first over then. Arshdeep is in, takes Buttler on the thigh pad, and it rolls out towards square leg. They will take a leg by, so 1 over gone here on talkSPORT 2. England 3 for 1. It is England-India T20 series in partnership with Village Hotels. Dine out, play, work out, stay at Village.
130 Ks, roundabout the over there. And delivery, the wicket delivery was 129. So how can you compact swing at that sort of pace? You can definitely stand out to your crease, and then you're challenging the wicket keeper. Okay, I'm standing out. Do you want to come up? And so it's 130. It's leisurely medium pace, a little bit more, but it's the movement just in that over, and it's a super over. A 20 over match, and your first one goes for 3, and you lose a wicket, and that was a misfield as well.
Yeah. Hardik Pandya to take the second over. He's just had some tape put onto his hand. Spent most of the evening so far actually wandering around with a very cool pair of shades on. Except they're not shades, because obviously in this light they're pretty much clear lenses to try and enhance the light. He's taken them off to bowl, and he will be bowling to Jos Buttler. 1 slip, ring of 4 on the offside, 2 inside the circle on the leg. Here comes Hardik, then he's in. There's a bit of shape on that as well. Buttler coming forward to that, pushes it into the offside.
I want to look at the pace of this, because I'm not saying it's a loosener, because they should be loose, and they will be loose, opening bowlers, but it's 127k. Same rules apply. If you want to be aggressive, 20 over match, get out your crease.
Hardik back to the end of his mark. 31 years of age now. Hardik's his 110th T20 international. Properly in the senior pro category. And he's on his way once again. Buttler comes down the pitch, hits it back past the umpire, past the stumps. 4 through dead straight mid-on. England 7 for 1, and there's the first boundary. Jos Buttler has 6.
Well, he ain't going to stand in his crease at that pace, Buttler. A real quality player. Always nice to feel bat on ball as he advances down the pitch. A nice little skip down. He catches it just outside of a half volley and drills it back past the bowler, past the umpire.
I think with Buttler, you want to hang the ball outside or stump a little bit shorter of a length. They've only got 1 slip in, and they've only got a couple of seam bowls. Obviously, this is not a frontline seamer as well. Just don't see any reason with you bowling that straight and full to Buttler early on.
Hardik is in past the umpire and is slightly back of a length this time, and Buttler is just pushing it out on the offside. No run.
When I worked for franchises, I would say you want 2 slips into Buttler early on, and they would always look at me like I was mad. But I was like, well, if you don't have 2 slips to him early on, you're going to have about 9 people on. Want to have 9 people on the boundary later on.
Where would you have your 2 slips? Just regulation 1 and 2, or would you split them?
I liked 1 and 3 with Buttler, because he has one where he kind of opens the face as well, so it's almost like he's guiding it down there. But yeah, just getting fielders in there, that you have to get him out.
Well, it is Abhishek who is stationed at slip, quite a wide slip. It's in. It's a big floaty in ducker. That was like sort of Chris Old back in the day. Sorry, there's one for the teenagers. Big floaty one outside of off stump that came homing back in towards the feet. Maybe whack our units at a slightly slower pace for those a little bit younger. It's driven, but with no timing, no run.
Well, we're just having a look at the pitch. It's close up, and there's a little bit of grass on, but it's very, very cracked. And it's one of these pitches that's got a nice shine to it as well. Just a reminder, India winning the toss and bowling first.
And the dew is already down. Before the match even started, there were 6 crews running bits of rope around the outfield trying to remove the dew, so it is already a factor. This time, Hardik is in. Jos Buttler goes very hard at this one, gets a thick outside edge and gets 4 over deep backward points. England have 2 boundaries. Buttler has both of them. The first one, dead straight down the pitch, all in control. That one, slightly less control, but it takes England to double figures, 11 for 1.
And he's looking for the half volley again. It is a thick outside edge. He wants that to go straight down the ground again, over long off, but it spews off the outside edge and goes, I think he's gone back with a point and skips away a couple of times to the boundary. 135 Ks, that delivery.
So after Ashdeep kept things nice and tight in the first over, Hardik's gone for a couple of boundaries. Short third brought up so they can put another fielder out deeper. This time Buttler is playing it up to mid-on. Bishnoi will do the fielding, can't prevent a single taken. 2 overs gone then here on talkSPORT 2 England, 12 for 1. Buttler has 11 from 9 balls faced. Duckett is yet to face a ball, He is therefore obviously naught, and the other run came from a leg by Phil Salt. A 3-ball duck, the first man out. David Lloyd.
So Duckett now he's playing an 18-over game. It's so frustrating when you're opening the batting and you want one on the bat. You want to feel the ball on bat, and Duckett after 2 overs lost a wicket, lost his partner, and he hasn't faced the ball. Now he took a single there, Josh Buttler, off that last, so he still doesn't face the ball. Butler's got the strike.
Do you know, as they walked to just have a little chat in the middle of the pitch, there was a slight shake of the head from Josh Buttler there, almost as if to say, sorry mate, you know, look, I'm really sorry, I didn't mean to do that, I want to get you a couple of deliveries as soon as I can. Anyway.
But we're looking on screen at the best strike rates in T20s at venues since 2023. And alongside Kolkata is Chelmsford.
I don't think those two have ever been in the same sentence
People's
before,
Republic of Chelmsford.
Similar grounds, aren't they?
The postage stamp against the venue that holds about 90,000.
Chelmsford's almost, it's almost like the basin, isn't it? It's almost a roundabout in itself, isn't it?
We are going with Arshdeep. They're not bowling 1 over spells. Arshdeep will therefore come in for the 3rd over and his 2nd. Again, it's an in-swinging ball to Buttler, turned off of his hip, down to deep backward square, and they will take a single.
Another way to combat this left arm over at this sort of pace is to stay in your crease and go a bit deeper. Give yourself a little bit more time to see the swing, because he's never going to rip it past you. So you can actually, rather than come down the pitch and meet it, you can go further back towards your stumps, watch it very, very carefully, and then you'll see the pattern of swing.
So Ben Duckett finally gets to take guard from the umpire. A man whose modus operandi doesn't really change whether he's playing a T20 game, a 50-over game, or a red ball game. It's kind of similar, always up. He's got the left arm over bowl at Arshdeep. On the way, and in he comes, and sounded like Duckett got a little inside edge onto that one, onto the pad. There is no run because it is fielded, and it remains therefore 13 for 1.
He must feel well at home in this England team, Ben Duckett. England opening batsman in red ball test match cricket. They like what they see, and I think you're right, Andrew, that the way that he plays ain't going to change too much.
Which is perfect for him, really. You know, you think that some batters try and reinvent themselves and maybe lose a little bit, but actually, if you play the same way week in, week out, nice way to go. Arshdeep 1 for 3 goes in once again, bowls a beauty to Duckett. The bat did come down a little bit across it, sort of point to mid-on, but it beats him on the outside edge, and it's through to Sanju Samson. No run, 13 for 1. It remains here on talkSPORT 2.
You look at players who are playing T20 cricket, franchise cricket around the world. Joe Root's just cropped up again, 90 from 62 deliveries. He still fancies getting into this team.
What a player. What a player. Arshdeep comes in. Oh, Ben Duckett's threatened to go outside of off stump to flick it over the leg side. So Arshdeep responds by putting it full and wide outside of off stump. So Duckett then improvises to go down and get underneath the ball, get it over slip and gully, and it's 4 over 3rd. 17 for 1, Duckett underway with a shot that only Ben Duckett would play to get off the mark.
And I think he might just through his mind played about 3 shots at that. He scoops it, and he has to go quite a way to get bat on it. Just bounces once.
Just seeing Kumar Yadav's face on the replay. He's got those sort of pursed lips going, really? Okay. Slip and short 3rd in place. Arshdeep goes in. Duckett looks to play a big drive on this one. Lobs up into the offside. 2 men going back. Catch is taken. Really well taken as well. England are 2 down inside 3 overs. 17 for 2. Duckett goes for 4, and Arshdeep becomes the leading wicket taker for India in T20 international cricket. He's now on 97, but he's got power to add plenty more as well going like this.
Changes his mind, Ben Duckett. He's looking to go over long on, leg side, hesitates, gets a thick outside edge, high into the air. This is a good catch. From extra cover going outside the circle, he takes it over his shoulder, gets 2 hands to it, England just in a spot of bother. They've been there before. 2.5 overs, 17 for 2.
Rinku Singh, the man taking the catch. So now the captain and the vice-captain are in the middle. Harry Brook joins Jos Buttler. Harry Brook, of course, ridiculously talented and is already producing the kind of numbers that impress people. 40th game, 707 runs made so far, a best of 81 not out, 3 50s with a strike rate of 146.1 against India. 5 games played, 80 runs, so therefore an average of 20, a best of 28. So I'm sure he'd like to get into that. He's never played India in this form of the game, though. Those 5 games, one was at Southampton, one was at Edgbaston, one was at Nottingham, one at Adelaide, those all in 2022, and then in 2024 in the World Cup, of course, the game in Guyana. So first time for Harry Brook in this form of the game, facing India in India. Now, why is it, again, India aren't overly attacking. One slip at this stage. You'd be tempted, wouldn't you, Bumble, to have a second? Arshdeep on the way in. Oh, Harry Brook's going to come down the pitch and then beaten on the outside edge as he tries to push it into the offside. Ends the third over here on talkSPORT 2. England 17 for 2. Let's get your thoughts on that then, David Lloyd.
Well, I wouldn't change the field. England are getting themselves out, looking for big shots and aggressive shots, and the 2 wickets that have fallen are from thick outside edges. The ball goes nicely through that last delivery, just above waist high. At just a leisurely pace, so it's a good pitch, is this?
Hardik Pandya to continue, so both opening bowlers get a second. Jarrod.
Just struck me that McCullum, the last time he was coach of a team, was also at Kolkata, so he knows this wicket more than anyone else. Maybe he's a Kolkata white ball specialist.
He's a specialist.
Coach.
Well,
I'm saying.
I mean, it's a very niche thing to be a specialist at, but okay, fair enough.
I just saw him in the dugout of thinking, oh, he'd know that you want to go hard here, and I was like, oh no, he really knows.
He definitely
here
knows.
and he coached here.
He definitely knows. Hardik in, down the leg side, bowl it again, that'll be a wide. Well taken by Sanju Samson, but Nitin Menon raises the arms. England 18 for 2.
We'll find out what's the average score batting first here at Kolkata.
In night games, 157.
It looks a good pitch, does this, when you see it. It's a dry pitch. There's a certain amount of dew around, I would think, at this time of night in Kolkata. But the bounce, there's definitely some bounce in this pitch.
Jos Buttler waits. Here comes Hardik to re-bowl the first ball of the over, and he goes. He's targeting the pads. Buttler will clip through square leg. Oh, there's no field. That just looked like a clip for 1. And all of a sudden it's racing its way to hit the boundary sponge, and it's 4. Butler's got 16 out of England's 22 for 2. He has timed the cover off of that.
Well, it's a super shot, is this? Just directed at his front pad. And he eased it through square leg. I thought that's going to be a single, but there's no fielder down there.
16 from 11 for Jos Buttler. He is doing, well, he's basically doing the scoring for England at the moment. Duckett made 4. Phil Salt, no score from the 3 balls he faced. In goes Hardik. It's in towards the leg side again. Guess what? Jos Buttler clips it through square leg. Control C, Control V, back-to-back boundaries.
Has a fielder gone off? Should be a fielder there, surely. He's angled from right arm over at leg stump, just at his front pad. It's the same shot, right out the middle of the bat. Turns his wrists and times it through square leg, past the umpire, just in front of square. Nobody there.
He's got a slip in place, doesn't he, Maka? He's bowled 3. Clearly this is a plan, because he's bowled a wide and then 2 balls down there. They've all gone for runs so far.
Stable door's been closed. We've got a square leg now. Yeah, cost him 8. Well, there you go. Hardik in once again. Oh, it's almost a caught and bowled. Jos Buttler pushed it back towards the bowler. It lands just short. Then Buttler lost his balance, almost fell out of the crease. So Hardik had a bit of a juggle with it and sort of bobbled it back towards the stumps just in case. Well, that was better from Hardik. He got it into the area. It was a little cutter that gripped in the surface.
It is. It's a slower delivery. It just deceives Buttler as he's looking on the drive, checks his shot, and it drops short of the bowler on his follow-through.
You are listening to England versus India T20 series in partnership with Village Hotels. Visit villagehotels.com. Buttler 20 from 13, England 26 for 2. Hardik has conceded 18 of those 26, and now it is going to be ball number 4. Hardik. Jos Buttler backs away and absolutely slaps this through mid-wicket. It wasn't a great ball. It has to be hit to the boundary, and Jos Buttler probably would have gone a little bit squarer earlier in the over, but since they put a deep square leg out now, square leg's gone to deep square leg, he just slapped it through mid-wicket and no one got close to that.
Well, he moves away to leg side. He tries to follow him, Hardik, but he bowls it short, really short. And you can see on a replay that he's so deep in the crease. As I mentioned, you can actually go back into your crease and wait.
Again, Buttler threatens to step away to the leg side. Hardik goes slower. It goes down the leg side. Buttler, I think, gets a little feather on that one to help it on its way. And it will go for 4 through very fine leg. A 4th 4 of the over. England 34 for 2. Buttler 28 from 15.
Well, he fancies it now, Buttler. He's dancing. A touch of the Fred Astaire's here. Anybody remember Fred Astaire? It's a shorter delivery. He's got fancy shoes on. Dances, skips, and just flicks it down the leg side.
Well, for a bloke who is the second leading wicket taker for England against England, Hardik is looking totally unthreatening. He's taken 14 wickets in previous games against England. In he goes, bowls short. Buttler pulls. Terrible fielding inside the circle on mid-wicket. Fielder goes down in stages. The fielder, who is now out on the boundary, collects and takes the ball in. A single is taken. It's 35 for 2 after 4 overs. You might be listening via the Amazon Alexa device. Just to let you know that from the second T20 onwards, you're going to need to link your talkSPORT and Amazon Alexa accounts to continue listening to our live cricket coverage. You can do this now by just saying to your Alexa device, Alexa, ask news broadcasting to log me in.
Incredible that you just knew that all off the top of your head.
Company man throughout, mate.
So a couple of things here. One, you talked about Hardik taking a lot of wickets against England. It's very hard to take wickets when you've bowling everything down the leg side, which everything in that over was down the leg side. But on top of that, I just had a look here at Buttler's record at Kolkata. He averages 68 with a strike rate of 170.
Yeah, that might get the job done. Arshdeep's going to bowl a third. Oh, it's slightly short to Buttler. Now he's gone on the pull, so he's trying to hit it through the leg side. He's Q-ended it through cover, and they will take a single. Do you know what? This might be Jos Buttler's night, because if that's happening, you'll feel pretty good about yourself. England 36 for 2.
Well, it's an extraordinary shot, is this? It's a short ball. He's going to whack it through the leg side. He hits the toe of the bat and flies through point.
Old days, someone will go, chalk! Right, Q-end, proper Q-end job. It's very odd how Jos Buttler has managed to completely hog the strike at the moment. 1 ball into the 5th over. He's faced 17 deliveries. Harry Brook is now going to get his 2nd ball. Not out.
I've just got a new snooker cue. I'm absolutely hopeless. I played for 2 hours the other day. Top break of 7.
Oh,
shocking.
Oh dear. Harry Brook waits, bat raised as Arshdeep comes in and bowls left arm over to him again, and it sort of nips from slightly back of a length in towards the sort of belly button area, dropped out onto the leg side. They will take a single. Harry Brook off the mark. England 37 for 2.
I wonder if this bounce will stay in the pitch, because these are medium pace bowlers and it's going through nicely. The bounce is good and high. England with 2 express bowlers.
Absolutely, yeah. It is. If you weren't with us right at the top of the show, it is the team that they named yesterday. There was no late dramas. So Mark Wood and Jofra Archer. What I found very interesting was Brendan McCullum in his press conference the other day saying, we're probably not going to be wrapping people in cotton wool anymore. We're now reached the stage where if we've got players, we need to be playing them. Arshdeep is in once again. Buttler is pushing into the offside. No run.
I like that. I really do. Don't get better sat on your backside.
Well, the other thing is, and it breaks my heart to say this, but Mark Wood and Jofra Archer have both done a lot of sitting on their backsides in the last few years. So when you do have them available, play them.
Well, I'd manage them. I'd certainly manage them like football managers do. That, you know, you can get into a red zone and you're having a match off, and you need a good squad then. You need squad bowlers who will come in and do the same job.
Well, I mentioned during the West Indies series that Jofra Archer played all three of those. First time he'd done that in ages. Arshdeep is in once again. That's a lovely shot from Buttler. It's a good push to mid-off. Misfielded by Suryakumar Yadav, but only knocks it a couple of metres away from himself. Can't prevent a single being taken, and it's 38 for 2.
Challenge the fielder. For all cricketers, club cricketers, league cricketers, challenge mid-off. And it's a push and go there from Buttler. It's straight to mid-off, who fumbles.
And I'll keep reminding everyone, it is already dewy in Kolkata. So there's another factor to try to get them to pick it up cleanly as well. So that might just be, again, a little bit in your favour as a batter. Put the pressure on them. If they pick it up cleanly and throw you down, well, OK, sometimes you have to hold your hands up and say fair enough. Arshdeep for the 5th ball. Short. Brook thought about the pull, bailed out on it. Through to Sanju Samson, no run.
Do you know, I think your bouncer's a good ball on this pitch. And that was a bouncer again that he sort of played and missed at it. But there's definitely bounce there, so you look at England's quicker bowlers, you can use it to good effect.
Well, according to the speed gun there, he bent his back. That was at 140 kilometres. So I'm sure Mark Wood and Jofra Archer are saying, oh, thank you very much, we'll have a piece of that. Should be a bit in this for everyone, it would appear, at the moment. Arshdeep to finish the over. Harry Brook comes down the pitch and has a huge yahoo over the leg side. Now, the Indian fielders are asking the question of the umpire, was there an edge on that from Harry Brook through to the keeper? Suryakumar Yadav is sort of pointing at his shirt. Sanju Samson will be key here as wicket-keeper. There's 3 seconds left on the timer. 1 second. Has Suryakumar Yadav called for it? I don't think he has. So I think...
TV umpire to director.
No, he has. We have gone up to.
Caught behind.
And after Padmanabhan.
Is not out. It's a fair delivery. Can we start?
I don't think the keeper went up for this initially.
Bowler seemed more interested, but by definition they always will be. Right, let's have a look.
It just looks like he's missed it by a long way. You know.
Okay, ball passing close to the bat. Can
it's
we
not far from the toe, though.
If there is bat involved?
Well, if there is anything, it can only be bat, because it's quite a long way away. So we've seen the first reaper. Now we see the waveform.
Okay, clear gap. Roll it through, please. A few frames.
He's about 4 inches away from it. You can understand an appeal. It might be his feet. They might have just heard a noise. I don't think the keeper's gone up for this.
I think Sky said that the noise came from his shirt. I don't know if you saw that, Bumble. He came in pulling the shirt, going, I think his shirt made the noise. It didn't look right at any stage. It was... I'll be honest, it was actually closer to the bat than I thought it was originally. So, you know, it was in the same postcode backer.
So, umpire Gopal's original decision is good. We have upheld that. I'll get out the way. Jarrod will fill the gap. Jon Norman and Abhishek Jhunjhunwala are coming in.
So just having a look at the power plays here. The power plays for Kolkata over the last 2 years of T20 cricket have been really, really high scoring. Teams have been scoring at 9.2 runs and over in the first innings in the power plays. A lot of that, of course, has been Phil Salt of recent times, and also Sunil Narine. So it didn't work for Salt today. So England's a little bit behind on the rate at the moment, but has one set batter at the crease. Jonathan Norman.
Jarrod Kimber. 38 for 2 then. Chakravarti is going to bowl his first ball of the innings, and Jos Buttler coming forward, trying to push this towards mid-on, but actually just flicks it airily towards square leg. There's a shout for catch, but the fielders are still not quite spread. They're still inside the circle, but it just drops short of square leg. Buttler stays where he is. 38 for 2 then. Harry Brook 1 from 4, and it's Buttler facing again this time. played more comfortably and with timing pushed to wide mid-on. Abhishek Jhunjhunwala alongside me in the commentary box, alongside Jarrod Kimber as well. Well, a bright and breezy start, some tight overs from India. But Buttler, I mean, we spoke a lot about the England skipper before the match, about getting a smile on his face, and essentially winning makes people smile. Scoring runs makes the person scoring the runs smile. It's a simple game, really.
It is a pretty simple game. And he's always had a good time in India, in the IPL, and whenever he's got an opportunity to bat at the Eden Gardens.
One slip in place with 4 balls left of the power play, and Harry Brook gets in an almighty tangle. This is almost a club cricket shot. You see it. A batter essentially stepping across the stumps and trying to almost heave the ball into the leg side. And that ball doesn't go too far away from the top of the leg stump, doesn't go too far away from the gloves. And at the end of it, it's a dot.
Yeah, I don't know how that missed the stumps. Again, he's trying to play the field, the shot fine and the square leg inside the 30-yard circle, and that's what brings out that shot. It's a risky shot early into his innings.
Flex the knees from Brook, who gets a fortunate 4 via the inside edge. Again, this is a slog sweep from Brook. Carries on with the shot. He's nowhere near the pitch of the ball. Thick inside edge, flies back past leg stump and away, fine for 4.
Yeah, this happens to a lot of cricketers when they go to India. When you don't know what's happening on the pitch, just slog sweep the spinner. And if you're lucky, you're going to get an inside edge to the boundary.
Also, if he's faced Chakravarti before, Chakravarti's changed his bowling in the last 6 to 12 months. He's bowled a leg spinner and a wrong in there, and he used to be a finger spinner who flicked carom balls. It's very different. Harry Brook is playing him a little bit like he's not watching what the ball is. He's just making decisions beforehand.
Or doesn't care. Pitched up and driven to the fielder on the circle. A dash at the stumps at the non-striker's end. And Harry Brook's high-tempo innings continues with a single. 44 for 2, 1 ball left of the 6th. 2 fielders out, one in front of square at square leg by the boundary and one at long off. And Harry Brook trying to hit the majority of the deliveries towards mid-wicket. I mean, it's been high-octane stuff. 1 ball left of the 6th. It is the power play. I suppose he's come in, and the directive for red ball cricket from McCullum is to play like this. So, touch of width, and this is driven on the up by Buttler and beats the fielder. Does it? What a diving effort it is on the boundary. We're going to have a look to see if it was a successful attempt to prevent the boundary, but Buttler has absolutely laced that. And if the fielders manage to get across and stop it, well, fair play.
That's an unbelievable stop. If he has managed to stop Nitish Reddy, very athletic. But look at that for an effort. A full-fledged dive. Oh, brilliant. Absolutely brilliant from him.
That was hit with real power. Few in world cricket hit a cricket ball harder than Jos Buttler. And not only has Nitish Reddy got across from deep extra cover to long off to field the ball on the bounce, by the way, he's also fielded the ball, put it in a position where once he'd continued his slide, he could jump to his feet, jump up, collect it and hurl it in.
I think that's the 9th over that we've seen in a power play from a spinner in the first innings in Kolkata in the last 2 years. They've taken 1 wicket. Everyone's been going with seam, but because India don't have another frontline seamer.
Axar Patel, slow left arm, and Harry Brook plays a forward defensive prod and pushes this to cover point. We are outside of the power play now. It's more customary to see spin to the 7th over.
And I would assume most of that spin has probably been bowled by Chakravarti as well.
Touch ball flight from Axar Patel, and Harry Brook uses his feet well. Creates a touch of width, which actually was there from the bowler, and this has been carved up and over extra cover for 6.
Yeah, look at the footwork and the long levers, just magnificent to watch. Beautifully played. Didn't try and overhit it, just timed it over long off. Perfect balance when he plays that shot as well. Wonderful to watch.
Yeah, different from the shots in the first over where he was overhitting. On that occasion he did use his feet so well, got to the pitch of the ball and helped it up and over, and you felt he had a little more to give as well. You're listening to the India versus England T20 series as once again Brook comes down the track, but Axar Patel just drags alters his length and Brook can only hit it back to the bowler. In partnership with Village Hotels, dine out, play, work out, stay at Village. Patel again, this is straighter, on off stump. Brook forward again and clips this back with a square for a single.
And also somebody like Harry Brook, who's got so much talent, and he can play both fast bowling and spin particularly well. Just got to give himself a bit of time at times. You know, on a surface where it's been a bit grabby, we have seen the ball sticking, especially against the fast bowling. You just got to give yourself a bit of time.
Buttler now, 34 from 22, and he rocks back and hits this skywards and up and over deep mid-wicket for another 6.
Yeah, that's a fabulous stroke. He made it look very easy. That wasn't particularly that short, but just because of his footwork, look how deep he goes into the crease, George Buttler. That was just short of good length, but the ability to pick length, just genius from him.
Well, whisper it quietly, Buttler at his best so far. Plenty to go though, 1 ball left of the 7th over. Buttler has moved to 40 with that maximum. 59 for 2, last ball of Axel Patel's over, and this is punched to the left of cover. There's a chase on for 2 fielders who are converging at extra cover. Another fine dive, this time by Arshdeep Singh, who's picked up both wickets to fall today, and that restricts another boundary. Buttler though moves to 42, Brook to 13, and you're listening to talkSPORT 2 as England reach 61 for 2 at the 7 over stage. You might also be listening via an Amazon Alexa device. Just to let you know, from the second T20 onwards, you will need to link your talkSPORT and Amazon Alexa accounts to continue listening to our award-winning, it should say, but doesn't, live cricket coverage. To do this, just say to your Alexa device, you can do it now. I actually did this the other day, and even I could work it out. Just say to your Alexa,
that's more than childproof.
It's true. Alexa, ask News Broadcasting to log me in. That's all you need to do. Try it. Or you won't be able to listen to us. Well, you can, but not via Amazon Alexa. Right, where are we? Harry Brook is not a player that seems to bear the weight of the world on his shoulders. We've just been commentating on him in New Zealand. As he's down the track, inside edge onto the pad, and this loops up, and he's sent back. But, of course, he did have one season in the Indian Premier League, Sunrisers. Scored a big century in one innings and then not a lot else in all the others. So his reputation in India took a little bit of a beating.
Also, I felt in that season he was trying to do too much at times. He started pretty well and then just form dipped. That can happen in India quite quickly.
Absolutely. Chakravarti bowling his 2nd over, and this is cut brilliantly by Harry Brook. Again playing deep in the crease, wristily played and bisects the field at short third and backward point, and away to the boundary for 4.
And that's exactly what I was going to say. You've got to have different strategy against different bowlers. Against somebody like Varun Chakravarti, stepping out is not the best option. You'd rather stay deep into the crease and use his pace, because he bowls that back of length where you can maneuver and work the ball around.
He's been talking quite a lot about trying to beat people with bounce of recent times as well. So if you come down, he's going to beat you in the flight, and it's going to bounce higher than you expect.
Chakravarti again. This has deceived Harry Brook, as listeners on talkSPORT join us on talkSPORT 2. Harry Brook, who's just hit a sumptuous back cut for 4, has been deceived by a googly from Chakravarti. He's full of experience and full of skills. On his return to the India side in the last few months, he's picked up some big wickets, and there is one of the biggest. Brook's gone, and England lose their 3rd.
Yeah, that's a massive wicket. Again, wonderfully bowled, but Harry Brook playing with an angle bat against Varun Chakravarti, not the best option. You've got to present the full face of the ball, a bat, when the ball is on the stumps against Varun Chakravarti. He's out for 17 of 14, but a big wicket for India.
Probably a little bit unlucky there as well, only because he got the edge and it hit the pad and then went back on. It really should have gone to square leg, even though he did play the wrong shot. You're right. Generally, you're probably not going to get dismissed by that ball, but he's ended up dragging it onto his pad, and then it went straight back onto the stumps.
The bowler will probably point out the inside edge back past the leg stump in his first over. As the luck evening itself out somewhat.
Well, he ran down the wicket at the other one, and he didn't get near as well. So I think Varun Chakravarti is fine with that, but that particular dismissal I'd be in the change room going, that should have been a single. That was one to square leg off the middle.
65 for 3 then, if you are just joining us on talkSPORT 2 or listening on talkSPORT as we break away from H&J for a couple of deliveries. Halfway through the 8th over, slip in place, and Livingston makes room to play an expansive shot, and in the end just comes forward and plays a defensive prod which exposes the stumps back well away from the pads.
Yeah, I was worried. At the moment he left the stumps open against Varun Chakravarti, not the best ploy against him.
Here is Chakravarti again, and Liam Livingston, a replica dismissal. This time he tries to push the ball through the covers. Huge gap between bat and pads, and Chakravarti says, well, you gave me a sighter in the last delivery. I'm aiming for leg stump. He hits leg stump, and England lose their 4th wicket. 65 for 4.
Again doing the same thing, completely opening the stumps, going way outside the leg stump. I don't know what he was trying to do, what he was trying to achieve with that sort of a footwork. But back-to-back wickets, never a good sign in T20 cricket. Liam Livingstone, he'll be disappointed with that dismissal. Out for a duck. Chakravarti picks up his second in his second over.
Well, what's Andy Jacobs thinking of this as he breaks away, sits back to listen to a bit of commentary? 2 wickets in the over, and Liam Livingston has been and gone in a blink of an eye. If you are listening via talkSPORT or talkSPORT 2, by the way, or on an Amazon Alexa device, if you want to continue listening to our coverage, you will have to link your talkSPORT and Amazon Alexa account. So to do that, while we wait for Jacob Bethel to and face his first delivery, just say to your Alexa device, Alexa, ask News Broadcasting to log me in. You'll be linked up, and then you'll be able to listen to the rest of our coverage on talkSPORT, talkSPORT 2, or via your Amazon Alexa device. Okay, right, the last ball of Chakravarti's second over. He's already picked up the wickets of Harry Brook and Liam Livingston. It's Jacob Bethel, England's number 3 in Test cricket. He's come in at number 6. England with Joss Buttler, 42 from 24. Jacob Bethel about to face his first delivery with a slip in place, and he's forward and plays his delivery from Chakravarti. Back to the bowler, and that's the end of the over. To continue listening to our coverage, switch over to talkSPORT 2. Big thanks to our talkSPORT listeners for now. But Abhishek Jhunjhunwala alongside me, India have hit back big time in the last 6 deliveries.
Oh, massively. Now both these players will be under a bit of pressure, especially Jacob Bethel playing his first match against India in a T20, first time in India as well. Will be under a lot of pressure. You always judged if you score runs in India, Australia, and if you're an Indian cricketer, if you come to England and score runs in any format. But this could get very interesting now with Ravi Bishnoi being introduced into the attack. Another real talent for India.
You are listening to the India versus England T20 series in partnership with Village Hotels. Visit villagehotels.com.
Just on Livingston, he's now faced 8 balls from Varun Chakravarti. He's been dismissed from 2 of them.
Ravi Bishnoi. So 2 sides who come in with very different attacks. 3 spinners for India. First delivery from Bishnoi is driven to long on by Buttler for another run. He's been at the non-strikers end watching the carnage unfold.
It's such a weird shot, and also just...
Well, he played the same shot the ball before as well, didn't he? A similar one.
Buttler seems to be batting okay. I just think Chakravarti bowls in a way that encourages you to take a single. Him and Sunil Narayan, they do exactly the same thing. They're just like, we're going to make you get a single to backward square leg over and over again. If you got Buttler at the other end, that's a good option, second ball.
Bethel, wide delivery from Bishnoi. And Bethel, if he just left that alone, it would have been signal wide. But at the last minute, he decides to try and reach for it and can only pick out the cover fielder, no run.
And also, I think as a batter, you need to pick the bowlers. You need to pick your bowlers, who you're going to go after, who you're going to just play a bit defensively, try and get a single, get off strike, be a bit smart.
Again, this is why we've seen this mode of operation from Ravi Bishnoi to left-handers over the last couple of years. Ball slanting across and really making big shots very, very difficult for a left-hander. Almost impossible to pull to the leg side. So it does take leg side out of the equation. Stacked offside field. and it's so far and low, it's difficult to get under, it's difficult to hit down the ground. So Bishnoi has gone for just 2 runs from his first 3 deliveries. Got a right hander at the crease now, and this is clipped away for a single by Jos Buttler. He moves to 44, the score 68 for 4.
Yeah, this is the way you bat, as Jos Buttler is doing at the moment, just being a bit cautious, making sure he gets those ones, and also the reason being they lost 2 wickets in 1 over. That puts a lot of pressure, especially if you're the captain of the team as well. You know you've got to bat deep, take it till the end.
Bethel facing up, and this is driven square of the wicket. There's a fielder, Nitish Reddy, on the boundary though, so just a single.
Bishnoi, one of the new kinds of leg spinners we see now, who bowls more wrong-uns than he does leg spin. So as you said, John, bowling as far away from Bethel, because Bethel's big shot is really the slug sweep. So he's just trying to make sure he's not doing that. Short outside off stump, very hard to slug sweep, although I'd still give it a go.
Beaten this time, Jos Buttler. He shapes to come forward, then stays in his crease, tries to play this delivery at square of the wicket on the cut, and he's beaten past the outside edge. End of a good over. 4 runs coming from it. England 9 overs in, 69 for 4.
Yeah, more than the line, Jarrod, is the length he bowls against the left-handers, which makes it nearly impossible to slog sweep it. If you go slightly fuller, yes, doesn't matter which line you're bowling as a bowler, you can always, as a left-hand batter or a right-hand batter, slog sweep it, but the length he bowls, it keeps it quite short.
Yeah, I've seen him be cut by really good players, but if you don't have a good cut shot against him, it's hard. You can't play a pull shot from that because it's so wide as well. So, no, it's really an interesting method that he has.
And also he bowls a lot quicker as well than the other leg spinners, which makes it even harder. But a terrific find for India.
Yeah, continuing asking questions of the England batters as well, because Chakravarti is in now, and he's beaten Jacob Bethel with an absolute beauty. He's tempted Bethel out the crease, and Bethel was overbalanced. Now there's a question of whether the outside edge has been taken by the keeper, and even if it hasn't touched the bat, I've got a feeling Bethel's back leg was up past the crease, and Sanju Samson has dismantled the stumps as well. So we're going to go upstairs for caught behind and stumped. But England, I think we're in trouble here, Abhishek.
Yeah, I think I'm going to stick my neck out here and say he's gone. That was quick glove work by Sanju Samson, brilliantly taken, and look at that.
Fairly collected.
Oh, maybe I'm wrong.
Can you zoom that up for me, please?
A bit too early. A bit too early by Samson.
He's too quick for his own good. I'm not sure there's anything
behind the stump, behind the crease.
Yeah, I can see some
I'm not sure there's anything behind the stump, behind the crease at that time.
Ready for the
just looking at our umpire.
Not out, I think. It's coming. Do you know what's really interesting? They haven't even looked for the catch.
Is that right?
No, I don't. So it's been given not out, dear listeners, on talkSPORT 2 and the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel, but they haven't looked for a caught behind.
I think they were convinced it's not an outside edge. They were only going for the stumping. But still, yeah, if you've gone upstairs, both dismissals should have been checked.
Yeah, round the wicket, Bethel this time gets down to one knee, crosses stumps, helps the ball over his shoulder. All of that for a single. Hardik Pandya runs around at fine leg to field. Let's just go back to that, because we just had the stumping has been very, very promptly given not out. But they usually look at the camera in the stump to see if there's anything behind the line. They didn't do that. The other thing is, the ball did go very, very close to the outside edge of the bat, and they didn't check that.
Well, the second angle we saw did not show anything behind the line. The first angle, I'm kind of like, maybe there was a millimetre in it. I'd be willing... I don't know. It felt very out to me. I was shocked.
Over the wicket to the right-handed Jos Buttler, who is very quick on the cut and very strong as well. Good diving effort from Rinku Singh on the boundary. Prevents the ball from going over it. 2 more runs to the score though. England need Jos Buttler to stay exactly where he is.
There has been a change to the playing conditions though, hasn't there? Because what was happening is teams were appealing for stumpings all the time because they didn't want to lose their reviews for caught behinds.
Yeah, but you just...
No, but that's what they're trying to stop. They're saying if you appeal for a stumping, you're appealing for a stumping. Sorry.
No, it's fine, carry on. We're just watching a replay again. It's...
I just don't see anything on the ground behind the line.
So essentially, his toes are down the track, and this is no timing from the shot from Buttler, who kind of drags the ball towards long on. It bounces a couple of times, and he'll come through for another single. 73 for 4. His toe is over the line, but it's whether anything's grounded. Still not totally sure about that decision.
Well, what I don't understand, John, unless there is a medal for being the quickest third umpire in the series, I would look at different angles there. He was really quick to give his decision. There must be an award or some sort of a gift.
On the reverse this time, Bethel. Shout for leg before, but nothing given. And no run from the bat as well. This has been another frenetic start to the innings from an England bat. We saw Liam Livingstone last 2 deliveries at LBW Shout. Didn't have a lot going for it. The ball clearly coming off the handle of the bat, the glove onto the pad. Chakravarti, though, has picked up 2 wickets. This has been a bizarre couple of overs that we've been bringing you on talkSPORT 2 and via the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. Last ball then of the 10th over with Buttler 47, but it's Bethel facing, and he plays deep in his crease across the line. Maybe just kept a touch low, hurried on. Either way, Bethel will take a single to square leg. The umpires converge, drinks are taken, and it's all changed in the commentary box as well after a word from Jarrod Kimber, Andrew McKenna and David Lloyd.
This is the ground that Varun Chakravarti has spent the most time bowling at. He's played 16 T20s here. Abu Dhabi at the Zayed Cricket Stadium, he's had 10. So it's a lot more than his second most. His bowling average here is 22.86. So it's not as if he's always dominating from an average point of view, but it really is. He can be very, very hard to get away on this wicket. And I think that's part of the problem for England here today as well. But he's very experienced on this surface, and as I've said, he's completely changed his bowling style, Macca, and it looks like England had prepared for his older bowling style, not his new one.
Yes. It was like he was bowling hand grenades at one point. It really was. Well, what an entertaining start. So we're halfway through. 74 for 4 England. Let's recap the card so far. Saltz caught by Sanju Samson off of Arshdeep for a 3-ball duck. Ben Duckett caught by Rinku Singh off of Arshdeep. 4 from 4 balls. Josh Buttler is 47 not out from 29 balls. Harry Brook bowled by Chakravarti for 17 from 14. 2 falls and a 6 for him. Liam Livingstone played the same shot twice to 2 consecutive deliveries. Almost got bowled the first time. Did get bowled the second time. 2-ball duck for him. Jacob Bathwood 3 from 8. England 74 for 4 here on talkSPORT 2. David Lloyd. Well, it's been all action, hasn't it?
Well, they played some daft shots, England, but Buttler is still there. 74 for 4. They look very, very rusty. So 7.4 runs an over. 10 overs to go. Average score batting first is 157, I think it was. And so Buttler is trying to get to that, but he needs a partner to stay with him. I think they've been quite naive against spin, because it's not actually spinning. It's slow bowling, and they're coming out to the front of the hand from Chakravarti. Just had a drinks break, and there's obviously dew on the ground because the ropes are running round. There are 3 ropes being run round to disperse the water in the outfield. But this pitch it looks a really good pitch for a one-day game. It's got pace, it's got bounce, and England have got the quicker bowlers, but they need a target. I just thought the 150, 157 is quite modest, but they've got to go some to get to that.
Well, the bowling figures for India so far don't seem to hint that spin or seam one way is more preferable, because Arshdeep's got 2 for 10 from 3, so he's going at 3.3 and over. Hardik, 2 overs, cost him 27, so 13.5. Chakravarti 2 for 16 from 3, so 5.3. But Akshar Patel's 1 over cost him 15. Bishnoi's the 5th bowler used, and he comes in to start a new over, and he's bowling googlies across the left-handed Bethel. It starts wide, turns wider. It's taken by Sanju Samson. It's called wide. Now, Bishnoi doesn't like it. I have no idea what he's complaining about there. That is a wide every day of the week, and twice on Sunday. 75 for 4 England. Bishnoi comes in, over the wicket. Bethel stays deep in his crease, clubs this down to long on to Tilak Varma. No real timing and not a huge amount of power, and it lands about 5 metres in front of the fielder, and England take a single. Bethel goes to 4.
It's 4 from 9, and it looks as if he's trying to work out spin. It's slow bowling. It's such a good pitch that the ball isn't actually spinning.
Jos Buttler has been the standout for England so far. 47 not out. He comes forward, plays defensively to Bishnoi, pushes just on the onside. Bowler will field and his follow-through single taken. Buttler goes to 48.
So far, Akshar Patel has spun the ball more than Chakravarti, and he's spinning at less than 1 degree, and so under 1 degree is basically straight. My bowling.
Yeah, but your bowling gets hit considerably further.
A lot further. Even by worse batters.
This is also true. Bishnoi to Bethel. No timing again. He's deep in his crease. There's a big arc of the bat, but when it makes contact with the ball, there's no timing on it. And he just dribbles out on the offside, and England are able to take a single. 5 from 10 for Bethel, 78 for 4.
And they're both quick spinners. They're not giving the ball any air. Rhythmical action. Lovely actions, actually. But it's not spinning.
Bishnoi in quick. Buttler pushes and it's fielded by Suryakumar Yadav at extra cover, and there is no run.
And the other thing, that both spinners are getting through their overs, and just nothing much from this one so far in 4 deliveries, just singles.
Bishnoi in once again, that's down the leg side. Buttler doesn't get anything on it. Sanju Samson takes well. It will be called wide. So England 79 for 4. Jos Buttler closing in on his 26th T20 50. He's turned 1 of those into 100. 101 not out his best. He's made 13 50s away from England. And he's aiming a big yahoo into the leg side. Gets an under edge on this one. It's down to short fine leg, no run. And 4 50s against India is Jos Buttler's record. And he tried to go over the leg side. There are 3 out on the leg side. 1 at square leg, 1 at deep mid wicket, 1 at deep long on. But he's got the power to clear them. Bishnoi in. Gives that one a little bit more air. Buttler hits hard to long off. Varma will field. End of the 11th over here on talkSPORT 2. England 80 for 4. David Lloyd.
That's an excellent over as well. I know they had 2 wides in, but just singles. England looking for big shots, not able to find the boundary. So 80 for 4 in 11. 9 overs to go. It's a long time. 54 deliveries. And get up to something that the bowlers can really get their teeth into. So they need 150. It's got to be 150 minimum.
Well, at the death here, generally you score at 2 runs a ball. So if they can get to the death without losing another wicket, and with Buttler there, they can catch up and they can put a lot of runs on them. But they're a long way behind.
And just for anyone who's joining us, what constitutes the death overs?
Usually it's the last 4 overs.
Okay, yeah. So 16, 17, 18, 19 and 20.
Opportunity for England now. Hardik Pandya comes back into the attack. 2 overs, none for 27.
And frankly, wasn't even that threatening. He's going to bowl to Jos Buttler. 49 not out from 33 balls. Hardik is in, past umpire Menon, bowls a short ball, slower ball that stands up, and Jos Buttler simply waits, puts his bat there, and then taps it round to fine leg and ambles for a single. Jos Buttler has that 50. From 34 balls, he's got 50 out of England's 81 for 4.
You think he needs to stay in too, because his partner is all over the place. And Bethel just hasn't come to terms with the bowling or the pitch.
Yeah, still to come, Jamie Overton, who can hit a very long ball. Jofra Archer can wield the willow as well. Gus Atkinson, Adil Rashid and Mark Wood. I mean, they can all swing it. But you want the majority of the batting done by the better players. And at the moment, Buttler is leading the way. In goes Hardik. Oh, Bethel is playing a very late cut at that one. Gets the inside edge just past his leg stump. It'll go down to fine leg for a couple. Well, it's 2 more to the total. That's all the scorebook says. And that's all that matters. 83 for 4.
Well, if they've done the homework, England, they'll know that Pandya comes back into the attack and he's going to bowl lots of slower deliveries. Ball, little off cutters. He's looking to ball into the pitch, not giving them that length delivery that you can climb into down the ground. He's just back of a length, and he will bowl slower deliveries.
Hardick is in once again over the wicket. That again, another cutter. Bumble's got that absolutely spot on. This occasion, Bethel is just trying to drop it at his feet, doesn't get it quite right, and again, there's no run.
And they want to keep Bethel in. The way that he's batting, keep Buttler away from the strike. He's the danger player. Bethel hasn't lifted a bat in anger, and he hasn't come to terms with anything that's happening out there.
It is peculiar how Jos Buttler is completely dominating this scorecard for England. England have hit a grand total of 9 fours. Buttler has hit 6 of those, and 2 sixes. He's got 1 of those. This time Hardick is in. Now it's down the leg side to the left-handed Bethel. He's backing away to leg to try and be able to play it through cover, and it beats him on the outside edge. No run. Good experience here from Jos Buttler. He's just wandered down to have a chat. Presumably it's just to say, give him something technical, or maybe just say, look, don't worry about it.
He might have said, pull your finger out as well.
Well, he might have as well, yeah. Which version would you have gone for?
Well, he's a single, a 2 and 2 dot balls. So it's an excellent over from Pandya.
Is he just going to get frustrated and have an almighty mow, Jacob Bethel? In goes Hardick. It's an off cutter. He hits this hard into the leg side and picks out the fielder at deep square leg. Hardick has a wicket. Bethel is dismissed for 7, and England are 5 down for 83. We're in the 12th over. Bethel 7 from 14, and there's almost a sense that he was put out of his misery there.
Well, he's been mesmerised for 14 deliveries. He stays back in his crease and pulls powerfully into the leg side, straight to deep mid-wicket. And Pandya coming back into the attack after having some treatment, 2 overs for 27. He gets rid of Bethel. So England, in this quest for 150, they're in a spot of bother. They've lost 5 wickets. Buttler is still there. Bethel has gone for 7 from 14 deliveries, 83 for 5. Just coming to the end of the 12th over. Overton, big strapping lad, joins Buttler. There would have been 2 Somerset lads back in the day. Overton moving to Surrey. And I don't think Jos Buttler moving anywhere, although you'd probably say he's a Lancashire cricketer. When was the last time he played for Lancashire?
That will be a while ago. Right, Abhishek Sharma took that catch, and I don't think he moved. Well, I mean, certainly not sideways is the point I'm making. It was directly down his throat. Right, Overton to come in. His strike rate in this form of the game, 135. First ball from Hardick is in towards the thigh pad. He turns it down to fine leg, and it will be fielded. 12 overs completed, 84 for 5. You are listening to England versus India's T20 series in partnership with Village Hotels, with 33 locations across the UK. For a great breakaway, visit villagehotels.com.
When you look at England's scorecard, Salt none, Duckett 4, Brooks 17, Livingston none, Bethel 7, and there's a real standout from Buttler, 50 from 34. Overton in now, then it's Atkinson, Archer, Rashid and Wood.
Well, I mean, when it comes down to it, I can't think of too many situations where Buttler would be at the crease, 50, playing this well, and England are completely out of this game, you know, as it is. He can still bring it back, of course.
Bishnoi goes into Overton. It's another of these balls sliding well down the leg side. Oh, well fielded. Out at deep square leg. It was just clipped out there by Overton, and it was one of those that it was the second bounce gripper, and it almost defeats the fielder out there, and he manages to get down and stop it. Single take, an 85 for 5.
And India are in control of the game at a good stage of the game too. 85 for 5 England. Overton new to the crease.
Bishnoi, he's all arms as he comes into bowls his leg spinner. Hit hard by Buttler, straight to his opposite number at extra cover. Suryakumar Yadav, the Indian captain, fields that, and there's no run.
You've got to emphasise that these are spin bowlers, but the ball isn't spinning. England are static at the crease, and they look very uncertain as to how to play this spin.
Buttler waits, knees bent, hammers it past Suryakumar Yadav on this occasion until that Varma, the man at long off, isn't going to get around and stop that. That will hit the boundary sponge. It is 4 more to the captain 89 for 5, England halfway through the 13th.
And he climbs into this, and it's a higher delivery, a flighty delivery, becomes a half volley. And he isn't going to miss out there through extra cover.
It's good from Buttler to bring his own pitch today.
Here comes Bishnoi in, and Buttler is playing defensively. Mark that one down as a highlight. We don't get many of those. Buttler thought about giving it the giddy up and bailed out and just prods it back to the bowler, no run.
I like these rhythmical actions. It's a lovely action, is this, and it can mesmerise batters.
In goes Bishnoi, slightly shorter, which enables Buttler to stay back. Oh my goodness, what a shot! 2 men out on the boundary, one at long off, one at deep cover, and it was absolutely gun barrel straight between the pair of them. Neither had a chance, and Jos Buttler has another boundary 4 to finish the over.
Putting the bowler under pressure as well. You can see now that he's just rested the initiative just in this over. Find the boundary a couple of times. Well, it's the Buttler show, is this?
58 from 38, 93 for 5 England. Buttler waits as a googly comes down to him, turned on the onside, and it's just played. It's about 10 metres outside the 30-metre circle at mid-wicket. It's an easy single to complete the over. 94 for 5 after 13 here on talkSPORT 2.
But you can call it googlies, leg spinners, top spinners out the front of hand. There's none of them spinning. They're just bouncing. And some quick deliveries, 99 Ks at times. And it seems to be his average speed is about 90, so both spinners not wanting to bowl flight, just bowling quickly into the pitch, and it's just skidding on. I wonder what we'd see from Rashid. Is Rashid going to be is he going to try and float it up there or try and hit the pitch as well?
I'll tell you what, Bethel might be entertaining on this.
Yeah, absolutely.
Akshar Patel is back after his first over, went for 15, and he almost caught and bowled just Buttler first ball. Short-ish ball. Buttler stays back, tries to pull it over mid-wicket, and it hits him high up on the bat, and almost no, it didn't actually. It was much nearer the middle than I thought, and it goes back towards the bowler, not where he was aiming, and it's just wide of Akshar diving away to his left.
Akshar was overseas at Durham for a little while. Good batsman as well.
Good player all round. Single taken, Buttler to 60, England 95 for 5. Right, Overton. 3 out on the leg side for him. Yes, coming forward, playing defensively. Akshar has dropped in on a length there. 95 for 5 still.
And 95 Ks as well. He's quick spin bowling. He's quite tall. Left arm around the wicket, good angle.
Akshar past umpire Menon. Oh, there's some loop on that one. Now Overton has taken the bait. He's gone big on it, but he's got way underneath this. And Nitish Kumar Reddy will take the catch. He's come in from long off to take it only 3 metres outside of the 30-metre circle. So Overton tried to get the energy into the ball, but all he did was succeeded by hitting it pretty much straight up in the air. England is 6 down. Overton goes for 2 from 4 deliveries.
Oh, and it's one of these juicy, flighty deliveries. Overton is looking long on, looking for that big shot down the leg side. And it's another, we've had 2 or 3 of these. A thick outside edge, it goes high into the air. Crowd anticipating a catch. And the big fella, Jamie Overton, he's gone 2 from 4 deliveries, 95 for 6.
I do wonder at what point England just decide to bat for Jos Buttler. I mean, I've been saying that for I think quite some time now.
As Gus Atkinson's walking in, I think that ship has officially sailed, Jarrod.
I mean, look, don't get me wrong, that was clever bowling from Akshar, and Atkinson was trying to hit over the leg side. He probably should have hit it over long off, which is where he ended up being caught anyway. But the guy at the other end looks like he could make any amount of runs here. Get him on strike, and he's pretty good, Jos Buttler. I don't know if you've seen him before, Macca.
Do you know, I've heard good things. Gus Atkinson is the new batter. Now, this one was going down the leg side, but he clips it down to the deep backward square and will get underway. Gus Atkinson's birthday recently. I'd like to celebrate with a meaningful contribution today. Well, he's done something meaningful. He's got Jos Buttler back on strike. England 96 for 6.
It's unclever batting. You've got an ace player going really well. Give him the strike. Get your ones. Look busy. Find the boundary. Use your feet. Use your brains.
And then wait for the ball that's in your area that you feel comfortable with, right?
Akshar bowls. Buttler stays absolutely still on this occasion. Doesn't come forward, doesn't go back. Plays to long on. And as you'll hear through the stump microphones there, the throws come in and absolutely clattered into the timbers at the non-striker's end, but Buttler was safely home, so no problem there. Well, it's that phrase, isn't it, we hear all the time. Get your best batters facing the most amount of balls. I mean, that's hardly brain surgery.
But he just be clever. He's the one that's in nick, he's playing well. Give him the strike. You look busy.
Now Atkinson's going to face the final ball of the over. Get Buttler back on strike. Nice from Akshar there. That was slower. That was more loopy. Atkinson went on the cover drive. Hits it to Suryakumar Yadav. Ends the over. Doesn't get a run. Means that Jos Buttler will be on strike for the first ball of the 15th. 97 for 6 here on talkSPORT 2.
And I've got no problem with what Atkinson did there. He saw a full ball outside off stump and he thought to himself, I'm going to play a shot, and if I hit this past cover, it could be 2 or it could be 4. There's no issue with that at all. But what Atkinson was, what Overton was trying to do was take a ball from outside off stump over the leg side when the guy at the other end has already smashed Akshar around for a couple, hasn't he? Like, just you have to think about, you know, the matchups and everything else. And I understand everyone wanting to be attacking. This looks like a wicket at the moment that Buttler understands and the rest of the England batters do not.
Bishnoi to continue for his final over. 0 for 20 so far. He will bowl and it'll be Jos Buttler turning through square leg. It'll go out to Abhishek Sharma at deep square leg. Single taken off the first ball. England can't afford to turn runs down, but it does put Gus Atkinson back on strike.
Well, just in these 6 wickets, there are 3 big booming shots that have come off thick outside edges that have gone straight up into the air. You've got to play much cleverer than that.
No, for sure. I mean, if you go back to Duckett, really. I thought that was an odd shot by Duckett at that point. But they're finding their new way and everything. We're not expecting it to work straight away in the first game.
Bishnoi is in. Atkinson gets a ball that hurries on to him. Doesn't really time it, therefore. And it sort of dribbles out on the onside, no run.
I was reading the previews before this game where India were thinking of playing 3 spinners against England. I thought, really? There's no real thought to it.
So how long do you think that thought process lasted?
A millisecond.
Bishnoi outside of off stump, a little bit more air. Atkinson tries to climb into it, doesn't time it. Out to Suryakumar Yadav, no run.
I mean, they want to play Shami a little bit, don't they? So they'll bring Shami in, but on this surface, I mean, it makes a lot of sense. And the way that Chakravarti's been bowling recently, you can have someone like Bishnoi or Akshar go for runs.
In goes Bishnoi, hurries on to Atkinson. He's trying his best. Unfortunately, he's hit that one straight back to the bowler in his follow-through. 3 dot balls in a row. 2 left of this block of 5 to take us to 15. England are dying in the hole a little bit here. This one, again, is threatening to go down the leg side. Atkinson aims something big. Doesn't time it at all. Sanju Samson comes from behind the stumps and picks it over 5 metres away from the bat on the leg side.
England are in a mindset that this is difficult. It isn't. It's in your mind that it's difficult.
I mean, they're not making it look easy at the moment.
Bishnoi then for the final time, and the final one of this particular over is turned out. Oh no, they've turned it out on the leg side and they've taken a single. So Atkinson's going to retain the strike. It's 99 for 6. Jos Buttler's 62 from 42. It means the rest have contributed 37. 15 overs completed. 30 balls to go. To guide you through those 30 balls are going to be Abhishek Jhunjhunwala and Jon Norman, who will come in and pick up the commentary.
Thank you very much, Andrew McKenna. Macca will be back during the mid-innings break. England 99 for 6, in danger of being bowled out inside their 20. Incredible. Jos Buttler's 62 from 42, batting like a dream as he opens up his body and tries to muscle. This actually is Atkinson. You know what? It's Atkinson who's just muscled this ball to cover. It's the second time I've watched Atkinson face a delivery, and there is reminded me of Jos Buttler a touch, and then the ball doesn't disappear over the rope, and you realise, oh no, it is Atkinson. This time he attempts a reverse pull, and whilst he gets a decent connection, he picks out the fielder at backward point. Atkinson 2 from 9, Buttler 62 from 42. England 1 away from 100. Average score, batting first at this ground in Kolkata, 157. As not for the first time, Atkinson happy to expose the stumps, and with very little, or others would say minimum, footwork, tries to clip this ball well outside off stump towards the leg side, and only manages to get a thick inside edge which deviates back off the pads and out to the offside. Again, makes room for himself and tries to help this through the covers, and this is 4 dot balls at the start of the over, and not really what England need, but at least Atkinson is still there. Abhishek as Patel again. This is wide of the crease, and Atkinson, how he's still at the crease, I'm not quite sure. It's as half-hearted a slog sweep as you're ever going to see. He almost gives up midway through the shot. He realises he's been completely beaten by line, and somehow he misses the ball, and the ball misses leg stump and races away for 4 byes.
It's very hard to understand how did that ball miss the leg stump, but look at the smile on Jos Buttler's face.
Down the track, and this time Atkinson has been beaten, stumped miles out the ground. Horrible over for England. Pretty pitiful knock, you've got to be said. Atkinson's gone for 2 from 13, and England have lost their 7th. 4 overs remaining, with Buttler 62 from 42. England 103 for 7.
Yeah, this is brainless cricket. I absolutely don't understand what the England batters have tried, apart from Jos Buttler. The message is pretty clear. Try and get some bat and ball and get a single, bring Buttler on strike. He's been batting brilliantly on 60 odd. And England 103 for 7. Atkinson out for 2 of 13 deliveries. Yeah, India have bowled really well, but there has been some really poor cricket from England as well.
They've bowled tidily enough. They haven't had to bowl that well, have they? It's simplistic. We were saying that cricket is a simple sport when you strip it back down, but the way that England have gone about things has been pretty simple as well. There's been no crease occupation, no playing for the other guy, no getting off strike, no rotating strike. It's all seemingly about trying to hit every ball for 4. Yeah, I think, unless you're talking about Jos Buttler, who is at the other end, must be wondering what's going on.
The more we watch T20 cricket, you try and understand at times what the batters are looking to do. Yes, they've got a way of playing this game, and I think most of the time they think this is the way I'm going to bat, and they come out and they don't want to change, and that's what's happening more and more often in T20 cricket. But at times you've got to play the condition. If the condition doesn't suit getting 200,
Chakravarti is in, and despite having 4 men on the rope on the leg side, Buttler uses the depth of the crease to stay back and then pull this delivery up over mid-wicket for 4 at 6. 109 for 7. Will someone please bat for the skipper?
We've been saying that for the last 10 odd overs.
Well, I went off commentary duty at the 10 over stage, and Jarrod Kimber was saying, can someone bat for Jos Buttler? I came back for the 15th over, and Jarrod Kimber was saying, can somebody please bat for Jos Buttler?
But this is extraordinary batting. You look at that previous shot. Again, he made it look very easy. The ball wasn't shot. It's just the footwork and the ability to pick length from Buttler. Just incredible.
Chakravarti in again, straighter. Buttler again goes for the big shot, but has he picked out deep square leg? That is a fine catch from the fielder running in from the boundary. Is Nitish ready? And India are on their feet celebrating. England's greatest ever has got to walk from the crease. He's just going to turn round and ask the umpires to check whether it was a clean catch. Well, inquire politely. They will go upstairs But India feel they've got Buttler. He's got to go for 68, it seems. England 109 for 8. Unless the third umpire can come to their aid.
That is sensational. Just sensational from Nitish Reddy. Look at that for a catch.
It is going straight
You
into
would
the
not
hand.
see many better catches than that. Diving full straight forward. And when he got that ball in his hand, his body was completely in the air.
I just want to see throughout the
Brilliant.
act of taking the catch, ball was in his hand.
Well, we're going to go through
Yeah, this is a better angle. Thank you.
the procedure.
It's going straight into the hand.
But
Fingers
I would
fully
be
underneath.
very surprised if Jos Buttler
Satisfied.
isn't
It's
back in the
fairly
dressing
taken.
room by now.
Ready
That's
for the
out
victory
every day of the week. And some.
He has taken 2 very good catches in this game so far. Nitish Reddy, he's an athlete. He's a proper cricketer.
Out is the call. And England now just 2 wickets away from being bowled out inside 20 overs. And Jos Buttler, I'm no betting man, but I suggest he will be the top scorer in the innings with 68. A score of 109 for 8. And Adil Rashid is about to face his first delivery. There's leg spinners are well accounted for in this match. Chakravarti is in. There's bounce there. Rashid tries to help it around the corner, can't lay bat on ball. 109 for 8, and this is a sorry tale if you're just tuning in on talkSPORT 2 or via the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. Jos Buttler aside, only Harry Brook has reached double figures. Tossed up this time from Chakravarti. And Rashid on the drive, but can only get an inside edge, which flies towards a short mid-wicket. No run. So much excitement about seeing the likes of Mark Wood and Jofra Archer alongside each other. Gus Atkinson as well, as Rashid would take a single towards deep square leg. But it's the spin that has done it for India today.
And also the captaincy. Been very impressed by Surya Kumar Yadav, the way he has rotated his bowlers and the way he has led this side. Also picking the right team as well, reading the conditions well. It all counts. But England would be disappointed the way they have come out and batted on this surface, which is a pretty good surface to me.
You're listening to the India versus England T20 series in partnership with Village Hotels. Pack more into a breakaway at Village. Visit villagehotels.com. Chakravarti, last ball of his spell, and he has Jofra Archer groping forward and just about managing to lay bat on ball. End of Varun Chakravarti's 4 overs, 3 big wickets falling, 23 runs coming from them, and that's a fine effort from the leg spinner.
Yeah, he's been outstanding in the last year and a half. He has a wonderful season for the KKR in the IPL. Turned things around. Didn't have a great 2023 IPL. He had to make a comeback. And since then, yeah, he's been one of the mainstay for India. In the bowling department, he's always picked up wickets alongside Arshdeep Singh. Yeah, these two make batting very hard for the opposition.
They have made things hard for England, but it's just a feeling that England have gone about things in a way that they need to learn from very quickly. Rashid, dot ball, start of Axar Patel, who's also bowled beautifully well as we move towards that evening in India. This is defended to the leg side. England just need to bat through, see where they are. Adil Rashid isn't necessarily interested in batting through. On the sweep, fielded at deep square leg. Let's not forget the impact that Arshdeep Singh had within his first 2 overs. The first 3, England losing both Phil Salt out for a duck and Ben Duckett, both openers, going the way of leading edges from Arshdeep Singh, who's now India's leading wicket taker in international T20 cricket. Not bad for a guy that only made his debut in 2022. Archer jabs the bat down quickly on a ball that is angling in on off stump. He'll take a single as well. England move to 112 for 8.
Yeah, also at some point England batters will have to figure out that they can't just bat the same way every time. If the conditions don't allow you to play a particular brand of cricket, you've got to adapt, you've got to change.
But this has been said about England's white ball cricket for years,
but I don't
it?
think they're ready to.
He's back and across his Adil Rashid and wristily plays this length delivery from Patel through mid-wicket, but just another run, 113 for 8.
You know, also when you practice the similar way every time you're in the nets or you're out there in the matches, maybe you lose the ability to bat any other way. And that could have happened to the England batters as well.
Patel, this is a touch slower from the tall slow left armour. And Rashid will take a single through the covers. Archer it is. Beg your pardon. One ball left of the 18th. England 114 for 8.
And more often than not, the adjustment is in the mindset rather than your skill set, because you've got the skills and hence you've managed to get to international cricket.
England losing 5 wickets to just 44 runs as Jofra Archer exposes the stumps. Sorry, I'm getting my Archers and my Rashids really mixed up today. Apologies. Moves away from the crease and just pushes this to cover. No run. End of the over. Rashid stays on 3. Archer is 2. 2 overs remaining in an innings which looked like it was heading in the right direction. 65 for 2. Midway point of the 8th over when Harry Brook was dismissed. And that set in motion a little bit of a car crash. Liam Livingstone went 2 balls later without scoring. Bethel's innings lasted 14 balls. He scored just 7. He could have been out 2 or 3 times. Jamie Overton, England's number 7. Interesting to see how much he bowls. Midway point of the 14th over went for 2. Again, another batter playing expansively on a pitch which was proving tricky to bat on unless your name was Joss. Instead of playing for the skipper, England just kept perishing. Atkinson stumped for 2 from 13 deliveries. Couldn't lay bat on ball against Chakravarti as Arshdeep Singh comes in, and Archer drills this ball to the right of Surya Kumar Yadav at extra cover, who does really well to get down to his right and field this. That would have been 4 along the ground otherwise. So 1 run added to the score. Archer moves to 3, and as I say, with the dismissal of Atkinson, 1 ball after hitting a big 6. Buttler perished, caught brilliantly. Diving catch in from the square leg boundary. Nitish Kumar Reddy with a photographer's dream of a catch. Airborne, 2-handed, and that was it for Buttler. Singh again, this is pitched up, and Adil Rashid will take a 1 bounce 4. Thank you very much. Over long off. That was a handsome shot. England need a few more of those.
Yeah, you cannot play that shot unless it's a very good pitch to bat on. That's an extraordinary shot. Just giving himself a bit of room, but look at that for an extension through the offside. Held his shape really well, Adil Rashid.
Yeah, played with the full face of the bat, didn't he? Adil Rashid, and there aren't many England fans in there. They haven't had a huge amount to cheer, as this is banged in short by Arshdeep Singh. Rashid has a little look at the umpire, a little nod, purse of the lips. No wide given. 119 for 8. 9 deliveries left in the innings, just 2 wickets remaining. Can England get up around 135? We'll give them a puncher's chance, possibly.
Yeah, with the bowling attack they have some real pace in the armoury in Archer and Wood, and then they've got some brilliant spinners as well.
It's going to be a very different looking attack, that's for sure. Wide of the crease, this is a full toss from Arshdeep Singh. He gets his length wrong. Rashid can only take a single though. Stepping away, the bowler followed him, but maybe that due factor. Arshdeep Singh searching for the Yorker. On another day, that disappears over mid-wicket.
Yeah, there was an opportunity, surely, for Adil Rashid, but a lot of times the back end of the innings as a batter, you don't really expect a full toss. You're always looking for those length deliveries or the Yorkers, and suddenly that ball comes, you're a bit surprised. But usually Arshdeep Singh, he nails his Yorker. He's brilliant at the back end of the innings, as he is at the start.
Archer readies himself, steps towards off stump. He's been pinged on the toe by Arshdeep Singh with a Yorker. He goes up for the leg before decision. He wants it. Nothing given from the umpire. Looked a little bit like it pitched outside off stump to me. And doesn't look like we're going to get... Oh, we are going to get going to get a little cheeky review from Surya Kumar Yadav as he walked past the umpire, just indicated, well, we've only got 8 balls left. If not now, when?
Yeah, why not? Why not? I think Sanjay Samson has played a major part in that as well, being behind the stumps. But clearly, for me, it looked like it was missing outside. The impact was outside the off stump.
The ball passing underneath the bat. Can we confirm if there is bat involved? Can we have ultra edge, please?
It was clearly hit the pad or the boot without hitting the bat.
Please. Satisfied, no bat. Can we have ball tracking, please?
Yes.
Pitching outside the off stump, impact outside. Original decision is not out. Madan, you can stay with your not out decision. I'll tell you when you're on screen. You're on screen, please signal not out. Thank you.
Yeah. Weren't exactly gasps of astonishment when that decision was upheld. Archer then to face the last delivery at Arshdeep Singh's 4, and he just climbs into a full-length delivery. No great timing, no great direction. Good ball and good bowling from Arshdeep Singh. 1 run coming from the final ball of his 4th, and he figures with almost identical figures to the ones he posted in the T20 World Cup final in 2024. 2 wickets, 17 runs from his 4. Another job done from India's most successful T20 bowler.
He has bowled brilliantly. It does use the new ball really well, swings it both ways and bowls a very good heavy ball when needed. There's plenty of wickets for him in the last couple of years since he's made his debut for India, especially in the white ball format.
Yeah, I was chatting with Akash Chopra as part of Following on India, which you can subscribe to via podcast or on the YouTube channel, and asking whether he gets the credit that he deserves. Hardik Pandya to bowl the final over, and this is a touch short, a touch wide, and the top order batter probably would have got 4 runs from this, but it isn't a top order batter. It's Jofra Archer who clubs this to the fielder stationed on the cover boundary, comes back for 2, and England move to 123 for 8. Yeah, whether Arshdeep Singh gets the credit, you know, when you're bowling in an era of Jasprit Bumrah, it's difficult, isn't it, to climb out from behind him.
Yeah, when you have the likes of Bumrah and Shami, who's always taken the limelight majority of the times playing for India, somewhere he just gets overshadowed by these two.
Yeah, but he's new in his career, isn't he? Short again, and Jofra Archer will take 4 runs. Up and over, vacant first or second slip and away to the boundary. It wasn't a particularly good ball by Hardik Pandya. He asked to get the treatment, and whilst that treatment came via an outside edge, that was a controlled shot from Jofra, and he'll take 4.
Yeah, it's always good to watch when a batter gets it with an outside edge over the wicket-keeper. But I was a bit surprised they didn't use Nitish Reddy in the middle for a couple of overs just to try and get Hardik not to bowl the final over. Often he's expensive at the back end.
135, maybe 140. That is well wide and should have to be bowled again. And indeed it will. So another run to the score, 128 for 8. Archer 10, Rashid 8.
You might get your 135, John, here.
You looked at me like I was praying a bit when I said it. 4 balls left. Couple of boundaries. Doesn't matter how they come.
Yeah, they surely are thinking we need some runs to bowl at, both these batters at the moment.
Here is Pandya, and Archer just takes a little shuffle to the offside and clubs this. Another length delivery from Hardik Pandya. Doesn't quite get enough of it, but enough to come back for 2 as the ball just lands safely in the outfield between mid-off and long-off, and the score moves along. 130 for 8. 3 balls left of the innings.
Yeah, at one point we were thinking, will England be able to bat the whole 20 overs, which is always a poor show if you can't bat the whole 20 overs. But these two have done really well. A good partnership between these two, just giving some hope when they come out to bowl.
Archer, who's Almost batting on a fifth stump line. This is dug in again. He's going to be caught. And Archer's innings comes to an end. The captain for India nestling in and under a high steepling chance as Archer tries to force this over the covers and away to the boundary. Doesn't get anywhere near enough of it, and Hardik Pandya strikes in his final over. England now 9 down and still in danger of not batting out the 20.
Mark Wood, he's got a couple of deliveries to face, but that was a smart bowling from Hardik. That's his go-to delivery. He loves bowling short. Jofra Archer playing a decent hand of 12 of 10 deliveries, but still not enough. England 130, at least 20 to 25 runs short at this point in time, looking at the surface. Still looks a very good surface to bat.
Remember, it was India who won the toss and they decided to bowl first, factoring in Dew. Jos Buttler saying he would have done the same thing, so the feeling is it's not going to get easier to bowl. And 130 for 9, you feel that England are going to have to bowl very, very well just to make a game of it. As Mark Wood, first ball, tries to smash this down the ground, gets an inside edge, sets up for a run, and Hardik Pandya fields from his own bowling, turns and shies at the stumps at the non-striker's end. He misses, and that means that Mark Wood gets off the strike, and Adil Rashid will face the final ball of the innings.
And also, when you get to chase a total of around 130, 135, even though England got a very strong bowling attack in Mark Wood, Jofra Archer, Adil Rashid, as a batting unit, if you're India, you can just sit back and relax a little bit because you're not chasing a big total. You can give yourself that much time if somebody is bowling a good spell.
So, last ball of the innings then. Can England get up to 135? They need to score a boundary from the final ball there to manage that. It's going to be bowled to Adil Rashid, and Hardik Pandya is going to have to bowl it again. Way too wide. He runs back to the top of his mark. England 132 for 9.
It's been a bit expensive, Hardik. 42 runs of his 3.5 overs, though he's managed to pick up a couple of wickets. But still, India has been excellent with the ball overall, the spinners especially.
Yep, just 2 pace bowlers used. Arshdeep Singh's 4 overs went for just 17. He picked up 2 wickets. Hardik Pandya's picked up 2 wickets as well, but he's gone for 42. And now he bowls the final ball of the innings as a swing and a miss from Adil Rashid. Can't connect with anything but air. Continues through for the run that doesn't exist. And Sanju Samson, who's been great behind the stumps, collects the ball and throws down the stumps at the striker's end. Mark Wood is caught short, and England have been bowled out. They've made it to the 20 over mark, but that's it, 132 all out. And to win the first T20 here on talkSPORT 2, India have been set 133.
Yeah, they should be able to do it unless something drastic happens. Got a very strong batting unit, India, and the good news is some of them are in very good form as well. But it's been an outstanding performance with the ball, especially Varun Chakravarti and Ravi Bishnoi, the way they controlled the game in the middle period, picking up 5 wickets. That put England really back to the wall.
I would say, Abhishek, that was a nigh on perfect display by India's bowling. If you were to take off maybe 10 to 15 runs from Hardik Pandya's 4 overs, Arshdeep Singh's 4 overs, an economy of 4.25, and did he bowl 2 or 3 overs in the power play? Picked up 2 wickets. Varun Chakravarti took 3 for 23 and went under 6. Axar Patel, you didn't even mention, he picked up 2 wickets. He bowled a maiden, and he had the best economy of the 3 spinners, or he shared it with Ravi Bishnoi, who went wicketless but went for just 22 from his 4. And apart from Jos Buttler, it didn't seem like England's batters had an answer to any of it.
Yeah, I think, as you were discussing earlier, John, that I think they just came up with the mindset that this is the way we're going to bat. We're going to go out there and play our shots from the word go. It didn't work out for them. As you mentioned, just one batter to talk about, Jos Buttler, with his 68 of just 44. And he was under a lot of pressure throughout his innings because he kept losing wicket from the other end. So never easy, but still carried on going. But you've got to give a lot of credit to the Indian bowlers. As you mentioned, Chakravarti and Akshar Patel and Bishnoi, the way they controlled those 12 overs in the middle, that really made life very difficult for all the batters too, for the England team.
Okay, well, we'll have a full look back at the first 20 overs of the first of 5 T20s that we're going to be bringing you on talkSPORT 2 or via the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel or via your Amazon Alexa device. If you want to continue listening to us from the second T20 onwards, you will need to link your talkSPORT and Amazon Alexa accounts though. So to continue listening to our live cricket coverage after today, why not now, before you go make a cup of tea and continue listening to Macca, just say to your Alexa device, Alexa, ask news broadcasting to log me in. Or buy 2 Alexas and turn them both on and just have me say it to them. Either of those 2 things I'm sure would work. Maybe it won't work at all. But if you did it, it'll happen. England have been set 133. Jos Buttler top scoring with 68. The next top score, Harry Brook, was 17. England subsiding 65 for 3, became 109 for 8 inside 9 overs. And India's bowlers have enjoyed their work. You are listening to the India versus England T20 series in partnership with Village Hotels. Visit villagehotels.com.
talkSPORT 2. Traffic and travel.
In Lancashire, 2 lanes shut on the M6 southbound after a collision between junction 31A for Longridge and 31 for the A59. In Cumbria, the M6 northbound is partly blocked by a broken down lorry between junction 39 at Shap and 40 for Penrith. And in Dorset in Bournemouth, Wessex Way, the A338, that's been shut westbound after a collision between the St Paul's roundabout and the Richmond Hill roundabout. I'm Adam Moore.
On DAB+, online, via the talkSPORT app and on your smart speaker.
And it is out of the ground. Live international cricket, England versus India, exclusively on talkSPORT 2.
That was effortless.
It is talkSPORT 2, it is exclusive live T20 international cricket, India versus England, the first match of this 5-match series, and it's been one of those that you watch and listen to from an England fan's point of view through your fingers. Losing the toss, put into bat, bowled out from 132 from the final ball of their 20 overs, and it sounded like this thanks to Village Hotels.
England versus India live on talkSPORT 2 with Village Hotels. Pack more into a breakaway at Village. Visit villagehotels.com.
The start of the new look Indian era against the start of the Brendan McCullum white ball era. Third ball, Arshdeep is in. Oh, he's got in a terrible tangle there. So he's gone on the ball, he's got big on him, and he just loops up in the air, and he's caught behind for a 3-ball duck. England are 0 for 1. The Brendan McCullum era is underway. First wicket down, 3 balls in. Once again, Buttler comes down the pitch, hits him back past the umpire, past the stumps. 4 through dead straight mid-on. England 7 for 1, and there's the first boundary. Jos Buttler has 6. Dew is already down. It is already a factor. Slip and short third in place. Arshdeep goes in. Duckett looks to play a big drive on this one. Lobs up into the offside. 2 men going back. Catch is taken. England are 2 down inside 3 overs. 17 for 2, and Arshdeep becomes the leading wicket taker for India in T20 international cricket.
England just in a spot of bother. They've been there before. 2.5 overs, 17 for 2.
Chakravarti again. This is deceived Harry Brook, as listeners on talkSPORT 2. He's full of experience and full of skills. Brook's gone, and England lose their third. Here is Chakravarti again, and Liam Livingstone, a replica dismissal. Huge gap between bat and pad. And Chakravarti says, I'm aiming for leg stump. He hits leg stump, and England lose their 4th wicket, 65 for 4.
Buttler waits, knees bent, hammers it past Kumar Yadav on this occasion. That will hit the boundary sponge. It is 4 more to the captain. Jos Buttler has another boundary 4 to finish the over.
Well, it's the Buttler show, is this?
Chakravarti in again straighter. Buttler again goes for the big shot, but has he picked out deep square leg? That is a fine catch from the fielder. Running in from the boundary is Nitish Reddy. England's greatest ever has got a walk from the crease. 132 all out. And to win the first T20 here on talkSPORT 2, India have been set 133.
The highlights thanks to Village Hotels. I don't know if England are staying in a Village Hotel, but they'll be back in theirs sooner rather than later. Unless they have a stunning performance with the ball, they are going to need a fight back because the scorecard, well, it's just quite crazy, really. Yeah, they need something soon.
England versus India live on talkSPORT 2 with Village Hotels. With 33 locations across the UK, Village Hotels have everything under one roof for a great breakaway. Visit villagehotels.com.
That scorecard: Phil Salt 0, Ben Duckett 4, Jos Buttler 68, Harry Brook 17, Livingston 0, Bethel 7, Overton 2, Atkinson 2, Archer 12, Rashid 8, Mark Wood 1. And Gary, our brilliant statsman, sent me a stat earlier on about the amount of false shots that the England team were playing in comparison to Jos Buttler. You can tell from the scorecard that Jos Buttler played much better than everyone else. Jos Buttler played 20% false shots today. So 1 ball in 5 is what he was doing there. The rest of the England side, 31% false shots today. Of all the stats that will get trotted out today, that for me almost says as much as anything else. Abhishek Jhunjhunwala is alongside me.
See that with the way they approached the game, it just felt like they panicked. The moment the spinners were operating in the middle overs, especially Akshay Patel and Varun Chakravarti, they just didn't find an answer to score runs. Yeah, they have to sort that out in the next game, but at the moment they've got a job in hand with the ball. Jofra Archer, Mark Wood, Adil Rashid, they've got a pretty strong bowling lineup against a very, very good batting of India. Sanju Samson out there in the middle. He's in great nick alongside Abhishek Sharma, who's been phenomenal in the IPL, and since he's made his debut for India as well.
Well, okay, I might have been a little bit down for the last couple of minutes. I'm going to get all the England fans, I'm going to get you back up and positive. India have been set 133 3 times previously, and they haven't won all 3 of them. Yes, they beat New Zealand. Yes, they beat Namibia. But they didn't beat Australia. Granted, Australia didn't win that game either. It was actually a no result, but I'm trying to grab as many straws as I can find at this stage.
You've got to look at positives all the time, Maka.
Yes.
And
oh, now I like this. England are going with a slip and a leg slip. So Jofra Archer is going to be tickling up some ribs here. You are listening to India against England, the T20 series in partnership with Village Hotels, 33 locations across the UK. For a great breakaway, visit villagehotels.com. Right then, Jofra Archer is going to start. England need early breakthroughs. There's a man under the helmet as well as Sanju Samson faces. Samson aims a drive to mid-off. Gus Atkinson will field, and there is no run. 133 needed from 119 balls.
Yeah, there's a lot of mind game going on. You can see that with the leg slip, with the slip, and there's a forward short leg as well. A man under the helmet. It just gives you a sense as a batter that, yeah, he's going to try and aim for my ribs and a lot of short stuff coming.
I don't know this to be a fact. I strongly suspect that ball was the quickest of the match. It was 146 kilometres. Archer is in once again, quick towards off stump. Sanju Samson takes a stride towards it, tries to drive it back past the bowler. Archer will field in his follow through. That one 141. So Jofra Archer has done what England need. He's come out of the gate right from the start. They do not have time or the runs on the board for anyone to ease themselves in.
Yeah, Sanju Samson, he'll be fairly confident with 300s in the T20 International in the last 5 innings. Just got to get going.
It's the skipper, Josh Buttler, who's under the helmet. Archer is in once again. That one round about waist height. Samson's certainly not coming forward. Well, to any great degree, he's basically playing that from the crease line. And there is no run.
Yeah, as I said earlier, when England were batting, that with the score of 131, it just allows India to just sit back and give themselves that much time. There won't be much of a rush. They don't have to get to a particular target in the first 6 overs. It just makes batting a bit easier.
Sanju Samson waits. 4th ball. Here comes Archer. Oh, he's backed away. Gives himself some room. This one actually bounces armpit height. Inside edge onto his foot. And rolls away. No run. Sanju Samson now 30 years of age. It's only his 38th T20 game. Made his debut in July of 2015 in Zimbabwe. And then had to wait till January of 2020 for his second match when they played Sri Lanka. So some gaps, if you like, in his career. Absolutely no doubt about his talent. In those 37 games, by the way, 810 runs at just under 28. This is quick from Archer again. And Sanju Samson gets in a wee bit of a tangle on this, not knowing quite what to do, and ends up not really doing anything, and it just dribbles out on the offside, no run. 5 balls, 5 dots.
It's been a good over so far. Just hitting the right areas, ball nibbling around a little bit, that ball just nipping in to Sanju Samson. That's exactly what he showed to Abhishek Sharma as well. Important to pass on that information to your partner about the conditions. Dew will play a factor, we know, but at the moment there's a bit of moisture on the surface as well.
Every ball from Jofra Archer this over above 140 kilometres to 4th, 147. That one is homing in towards off stump. Sanju Samson's in behind it, drops it into the offside. You'll have heard the yes, yes, yes. And they will take a single to end the first over. The reply, trying to make 133, 1 without loss, and that ball again was 147 kilometres an hour from Jofra Archer. He goes for a single. Jarrod Kimber's come back in alongside.
I wonder, pre-McCullum getting involved, if Matthew Mott would have ever suggested a short leg and a leg gully in a situation like this. So we're already seeing a different style of, it didn't work as well in the batting, Macca, if we're being honest, but we're certainly seeing, a very different, they're just like, we just have to get wickets here, so we're going to have to give up, some boundaries along the way as well.
Yeah, you can take restricting the opposition out of the equation here, because that's just not going to happen. Now, it's not going to be Mark Wood. It'll be Gus Atkinson for the second over. India only had 2 seamers. England have a choice. So they've gone Archer and Atkinson. The double A. Slip in place for Atkinson, and Sanju Samson takes one from armpit height, whips it around from outside of off stump through deep square leg, and it's away for 4. 5 without loss.
Yeah, there's a difference in the pace, isn't it? Jofra Archer, who bowled every ball over 140 kilometers, and that was just 130, which allowed Sanju Samson to get on top of the bounce and roll his wrist over that delivery, brilliantly controlled. There was a square leg, but he managed to get it past that square leg. Well played. First boundary for Samson, first boundary for India.
Not ideal from an England point of view. Now, Gus Atkinson's doing that traditional fast bowler thing of saying, well, you think my front foot slipped. So they are waiting for the obligatory sawdust. I love the fact that in the 21st century, we still have... Well, we use those drying pellets like kitty litter, didn't we, in the Caribbean? But essentially, a bloke with a bucket and sawdust can get a multi-million-pound sporting event back on track.
Well, $1 billion in the case of Indian cricket, isn't it? So yeah, it is. I think that shows you how much moisture there is. There's been dew the whole time. It hasn't really affected the bowlers, though. I want to ask you this. I mean, most of the time, I'd say about 80% of the time, dew just helps the batting team. But there is sometimes when it freshens up the wicket a little bit, and it does the ball doesn't get all that damage, does it?
No, also it can be a bit sticky as well, where it starts to grip and turn. We have seen that at odd occasions. Usually, as you mentioned, it always helps the batter, but on odd occasions it does help the bowler. And from England's point of view, they'll hope that's the case.
Well, you can see a glistening on the grass. Obviously, it is completely dark. We are fully floodlit. But you can see that glistening of the grass on the dew. Right, man with bucket has done the necessary and is making his way off.
I think I used to go and see Man with Bucket.
What a band. Oh, what a band. Oh, no, hang on. They're dumping a load more now. At the end of the run-up. And he put a small handful, and Jamie Overton, he went to go off, and Jamie Overton went, no, mate. Grabbed the bucket off him and tipped an enormous amount down.
So sorry for that guy. He's got one job, and he hasn't managed to decant quick enough for Jamie Overton, and he's taken over.
Jamie Overton is the man at that wide slip position. In goes Atkinson for the second time. What a shot that is from Sanju Samson. That is an extra cover drive all along the carpet, away for 4. Back-to-back boundaries, completely different ways of doing them, but they all count the same in the scorebook. India are 9 without loss after only 8 deliveries, trying to make 1-3-3 here on talkSPORT 2.
Yeah, that's an absolute delight. Absolute delight to watch Sanju Samson playing on the rise. Never an easy shot when the ball was nipping around, but look at that for a balance, his head position, the way he extends his left arm through the ball, just stunning to watch.
It's almost bowled onto the middle of the bat. Atkinson in once again. Now that one had a little bit of zip on it. Samson backed away a small amount to give himself more freedom of his arms through the offside. He doesn't catch up with it, and it goes through to Phil Salt, who is keeping wicket, and there is no run.
You can see after the couple of boundaries, he had to bend his back a bit more. 136. The previous 2 deliveries around that 130 mark. So going 6 kilometers quicker. Hence, he got an extra bit of bounce on as well. And Eden Garden pitch has changed in the last 7-8 years. It's got a lot more bounce and a lot more pace to it. But they resurfaced the whole ground.
Atkinson in once again. Sanju Samson over extra cover for 6. Gave himself a little bit of room again, but this time with the horizontal bat, just slapped it into the stands for a souvenir. Wow, 2 4s and a 6 already. Atkinson's gone for 14 in 4 balls. India 15 without loss.
A stamp of authority with that shot from Sanju Samson, just saying that I'm bossing this at the moment. Pressure on Atkinson. He's got to find an answer to come back from that. 14 already of the first 4.
It's like someone had sounded a bugle. He was charging then. Atkinson in. Oh, another cracking shot. This time all along the floor. Wide of Harry Brook at mid-on. And it's 4 more. That was all about touch and feel. That's a fabulous shot. Sanju Samson, 19 from 11. He might let Abhishek face a ball in a minute, but he's having too much fun.
But again, the difference between the lengths he has bowled and Jofra Archer bowled in the previous over, and also the pace he's bowling at. This is gentle pace for Sanju Samson. He'll hit that to the boundary all day long. You've got to give him an extra bit of pace, and hence they should have started with Mark Wood.
Well, it now begs the question, was the plan go to one from each of the three of them? But presumably Jofra now has to bowl a second because Mark Wood is going to have to take it up the next. They can't put Atkinson back on for another. Now, they could say Mark Wood take that one, Jofra, you take the fourth, but that would mean Jofra bowling 2 overs from different ends. But surely Mark Wood has to bowl shortly. Atkinson in once again. That's down the leg side. There's no fielder anywhere near that. It's all along the floor. It's 4 more. It's a cafeteria at the moment. It's help yourself.
But also what you allow is for India and Sanju Samson to get the momentum, which they didn't have in the first over. They only managed to get a single. You put a bit more pressure by getting Mark Wood in, but that over ruins everything for England.
So 22 from the over. That's, look, let's work round numbers. That's a fifth of the target.
Yeah.
Just under a fifth of the target gone in 1 over. Scott, the producer, is currently typing into the computer, what have I got as best of features to come up when this game finishes early? Oh dear.
Just a reminder to Abhishek Sharma in 2024 played 39 matches with a strike rate of 198.
Oh, well, that's a good job he's facing then this over. It will be Jofra.
But that's exactly what I was going to say. Just wait till you see Abhishek Sharma, because he goes at around 200 his strike rate usually.
It's the anchor who's taken off here.
That's always a bad sign when the guy is,
Have they got an early flight to catch?
Well, of course it is down to Chennai next, but there are a couple of days in between. So, Abhishek to face Jofra Archer. He's got a very bright orange bat handle. I like the look of that. Left-handed. 2 slips in place. Jofra goes in. Oh, Abhishek backs away straight away. Archer goes full and only just outside of the off stump, landing round about the crease line through to Phil Salt, no run.
I'm not sure that's the best ploy against Jofra Archer, to dance down the track the very first delivery, but it just shows the intent, the positivity, the self-belief these youngsters have nowadays. No fear at all when they go out there.
Well, he's probably thinking, I might not face too many more with him up the other end doing that. I've got to get it on the highlights somehow.
Absolutely.
Otherwise you get home and your mum goes, well, did you get a knock or not? Jofra around the wicket to the lefty. In he goes. Decent line, decent length. Pushed out on the offside. Abhishek wants a single. Sanju Samson hasn't moved a muscle. I would say Abhishek probably got a third of the way down the pitch before he realised that he was the only one moving there, and he has to sling on the anchors and make his way back, no run. 23 without loss.
It's a different ball game. Every time you face somebody who can bowl consistently around that 145 mark, it's a completely different ball game for the batters. And you see how quickly he wanted to go to the other end. Abhishek Sharma really ran for his life to get to the non-striker.
In goes Jofra Archer again. There's a little bit of width this time, and Abhishek keeps his hands high, up and over cover, and he's underway with a boundary. 4-27 without loss. India, we're halfway through the 3rd over, and that's the 5th boundary 4, and there's also been a 6 hit already.
Very Yuvraj Singh-esque look-alike. Abhishek Sharma, just a free-flowing batter. Any room on either side of the pitch. He's got those long levers, just goes through the ball so nicely. He's not shy of going aerial either.
I mean, the England close-in fielders are actually going, oh, and the hands are up, because it's not the worst delivery, but it's away for a boundary. Oh, no, that's quick as well from Archer. Outside of off-stump, playing a miss, fencing at it really is Abhishek. Nothing on it. 144 kilometres now, that one, as it thuds into the gloves of Phil Salt.
Hint of movement as well, just nipping away from the left-hander after pitching. A bit too late on that one, Abhishek. Trying to play with an angle bat.
Now here's a question. How long do you keep Jofra on for? I'd be tempted to bowl him out, because you can save him for the end, but you're not going to get to the end.
Exactly. Yeah, you've got to try and at least give him another over. The only way you can come back is by picking up wicket.
Around the wicket he goes again. Little bit of width. Oh my days! Abhishek up and underneath this over extra cover. Home run ball, 6 runs. 33 without loss.
That is ridiculous. What a shot. Oh, and that's what I meant when I said no fear They come out with purpose. They're only looking at the ball, not the bowler, and look at that for a shot. Stand and deliver. Off she goes over extra cover.
Bat face slightly opened, so he can bring it down, and it's guiding it in that, well, I say guiding it, lasering it in the direction of cover, up and over it, 70 metres, not huge boundaries, but, I mean, it could have been 10 yards further back and it still would have cleared them. Archer in, what's the reply? In towards the thigh pad. Oh, well fielded Mark Wood at mid-wicket. No run taken. And, well, that, if nothing else, I mean, there haven't been many balls hit two fielders so far, but that's at least been a positive for England. At least they didn't concede anything there. Three overs gone. 33 without loss. The target is 133, so India, even I can work that one out. I've got it down to 100 needed from 17. Abhishek Jhunjhunwala. It's been a masterclass here on talkSPORT 2.
Yeah, it's been brilliant so far from both these players, and they've been in great form. Sanju Samson, as we spoke earlier, has got 3 international T20 hundreds in the last 5 innings. It just shows the kind of form he has been in. Abhishek Sharma, he hasn't put any foot wrong either since he's made his debut for India. So both these players with immense potential, and then you've got the likes of Surya Kumar Yadav, Tilak Verma, who's got a couple of hundreds in South Africa yet to come, so it doesn't stop really. Then you've got the likes of Hardik and Rinku Singh.
And the way they've been batting of recent times is this style, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's just, they just keep going.
Yeah.
So they're either going to be dismissed or hit a couple more sixes over cover, as you do, Macca.
Well, it's got to be Mark Wood. It is Mark Wood. Right arm over the wicket, starts quickly outside of off stump. Well fielded. Ben Duckett at cover. Sanju Samson punching in that region. No run. So Mark Wood into the bowling attack. He had to come up for Atkinson. Oh, 148 as your first ball. That's not a bad loosener, is it?
It's pretty decent. 148. If you look at Sanju Samson, every time he's played Mark Wood or Jofra Archer, he goes slightly outside the leg stump, gives himself a bit of room to try and use that bounce and open that offside, which he did earlier, playing that brilliant shot through covers for a 6. So as a bowler, you know you've got to try and bowl a bit straighter into his ribs to try and cramp him up a little bit.
I think he's one of the few players I've ever seen who sometimes has a deep point, a deep cover, and a long off out. Like, he loves that area so much. That's why I think Atkinson was disappointed the first one got pulled away.
Mark Wood for the second delivery. In he goes once again. Sanju Samson is again opening the blade, guiding it straight to Bethel at point. And there's no run. Oh, that was the slower ball, 134.
Sometimes I'm not sure if the speedometers are right or wrong, because that ball seemed to me as quick as the previous delivery. And the previous delivery was 148 kilometers an hour. So sometimes I do feel they get it slightly wrong.
You mean they might be fibbing to us? Surely not. Yes, I have to say it didn't look like there was 15 kilometres difference from that one to the first one. Not that it really matters. No slips in place because of the starts, although there is a fine leg slip, so they're still going to try and tickle up the ribs. In goes Mark Wood. Sanju Samson again backs away to the leg side, tries to hit through mid-on. Jofra Archer will cut it off, and there's no run. Mark Wood's 35th T20 international, but only his 8th since May of 2022. So therein lies the Mark Wood story.
With fast bowlers, it's always a bit difficult, isn't it? At times they do have that injury or a niggle, especially in this format. It takes a lot out of you as a bowler if you're playing back-to-back matches.
Especially when you're being asked to come in and wang it down at this pace. Oh, quick one! Short as well. Sanju Samson, if he'd made contact with that's landing in Delhi. Doesn't, and it makes its way into Phil Salt's gloves. No run.
With that sort of delivery as a batter, you know if you get it off the middle of the bat, you're going to get value, and even if you get an outside edge, it's going to fly over the wicket keeper. So you're hardly ever going to get out with that sort of a delivery, with that pace. So it's no risk shot really, unless you get hit on the helmet. That's the only risk you've got.
I mean, that's quite a big risk, but yeah, I know what you're saying. Mark Wood is just asking someone to just move their position a couple of metres. I think he's telling gully sort of stroke backward point, just come a little bit squaring. Goes Wood! Oh my goodness! How's that not bowled Sanju Samson? He's had a huge yahoo at it. It misses leg stump and then finds a little bit of late swing to take it away from Phil Salt, and it goes for 4 byes. 153.6 kilometres an hour. That is absolute filthy. It should have bowled Sanju Samson. How it hasn't, I don't know. And it goes into the book as 4 byes.
I think the ball was way past before the bat came down from Sanju Samson. That ball was quick. That was travelling at some pace. Hence, Salt had no answer. Couldn't get close to that delivery either.
It was almost past Salt before he dived. Wow. 37 without loss, India. In goes Mark Wood, short, wide down the leg side. That one will get called wide. And Nitin Menon does oblige by sticking the arms out. And 38 without loss, 1 ball short of 4 overs.
It just shows what pace can do. At the moment, Sanju Samson looks out of answers. In the 5 delivery he has faced in this over, he looked uncomfortable. And that's a ridiculous thing to say, where he hit a bowler for 22 in 1 over.
Yes, there is both ends of the continuum in one spell, isn't it? He completely owned Gus Atkinson, and at the moment he's barely smelling this from Mark Wood. I've got to say, this is great entertainment. It's not, sadly, from an England point of view, it doesn't feel like it's going to change it, but boy, is this good. Final ball of the over. Short extra cover's gone in for Sanju Samson now. Oh, off the inside edge. That short extra cover meant he wasn't going to get onto the front foot and play the drive. He was stuck on the crease. Inside edge down to short fine leg. They will take a single. 4 byes, a wide and a single for Mark Wood off another delivery that was over 150. That 152 for 1. End of the over here on talkSPORT 2. You are listening to India against England in this T20 series in partnership with Village Hotels. Dine out, play, work out, stay at Village.
I think you can watch all the 4s and 6s and all those cover drives from a batter, but nothing gets you out of your chair or are as excited when you see a bowler bowling at 150 clicks an hour. That is some treat for anybody who loves cricket.
What's it like, though, being the bloke who's sitting there with pads on, helmet and gloves on, being the next man in?
Well, I've faced a lot of 150, I tell you what, Macca, it's not fun.
No, well, you see, that's what I was kind of thinking. The next man in's got to be thinking, I really hope these two get a few.
Yeah, I think when you face somebody like the Sean Tate or Johnsons and Brett Lees, it's not fun.
Jofra Archer for his 3rd over, in he goes. Sanju Samson, oh, it's another sumptuous shot. He's worked it to deep, wide, mid-on. Jos Buttler will chase it to within 10 metres of the boundary, get the dive out. It'll be fielded by him. Gus Atkinson will do the tidying up. New over starts with a couple. Sanju Samson has 26 out of India's 41.
You played it nicely, Sanju. You get full value for your shots in Eden Gardens, one of the quickest outfield in Indian cricket. And look at that for a balance, but brilliant stop from Jos Buttler. Full commitment from the skipper. He's got to lead the way. At the moment, England far from this game.
They've got to find something here, and sharpish. If nothing else, just mentally try and put some doubt into India's mind. I mean, they're probably not going to do it, even if they take a hat-trick at this stage with this scoreline. In goes Archer. Sanju Samson pulls it to the leg side, and he's caught by Atkinson. Well, there's the first one of the hat-trick. Sanju Samson goes for 26 from 20. India are 41 for 1. 2 balls into the 5th. And England have their breakthrough. Jofra Archer has his man.
They were desperate. But the fielder was placed perfectly as well. A lot of times you see the fielders being slightly finer towards the square leg boundary, but just keeping it slightly straighter on that occasion. Jofra Archer for that particular shot. Nicely taken by Atkinson. And the first wicket, important wicket for England.
And you can see what England's plan was. We talked about it. They had a short leg and a leg gully. They were going to bowl at his body over and over again. And eventually that has come off. Unfortunately, by this stage, as you said, Macca, unless it is the first ball of a hat-trick, or in Australian terms a double hat-trick, it's probably not going to help. And you know, good news for the strike rate as Surya Kumar Yadav comes out. We got rid of the anchor.
Yeah, we've got the chain now. The skipper on his way in. Strike rate in this form of the game, overall 168. In home games, 171. Against England, 179.
No helping.
No, I'm sorry, I'm depressing even myself there. That's not filling anyone with confidence.
Yeah, he can hit the ball in different places. Not many players can, like Surya Kumar Yadav, and what a career he has had for India.
Well, in goes Jofra Archer, and the bat actually twists a little bit in his hand there, ends up with very closed face, no timing on it, back to the bowler, no run. Jarrod.
He's actually coming off one of his poorest years. He only averaged 29 at 153 strike rate last year, because it was 46 at 166 the year before that, and 45 at 175 the year before that. So he's on a downward curve, Mac.
Rubbish. Get him out of the team.
I think a lot of players would be very happy with that average and their strike rate in any form of the game.
God, wouldn't you just? Archer in. The captain goes big to the leg side. It's through to the keeper, Phil Salt, who's appealing and got no love from anyone else in the England side. And they're not even remotely having a conversation. No one was interested in that other than the keeper.
Surya Kumar Yadav just got to be a bit sensible here. Went for the big heave. The length wasn't there to play that particular shot. Very lucky not to get an outside edge. Jofra Archer, he's looked so good so far. Put a lot of pressure on these Indian batters.
Archer on his way past the umpire. Surya Kumar Yadav has just slapped this straight up in the air. I mean, about 75 metres up in the air, and Phil Salt will take the catch. Well, it's not a hat-trick, but it's 2 wickets in 4 balls. Skied one. 3-ball duck for the skipper. 41 for 2. And I'm not saying, but it's still alive.
That's how it all starts. That's a nothing shot. A very nicely bowled delivery. Just a late change up, a slower delivery, rolling his fingers over that ball. And Surya Kumar Yadav, absolutely unnecessary to play that shot. He tried a similar shot in the previous delivery, was lucky. Not on that occasion. An easy catch for Salt. Skipper out for a duck. India loses their second. 41 on board.
Well, do you know what? I'm going to say that's every other ball that Jofra Archer's bowled that's taken that wicket, because he's just assuming it's going to be 148 or more. And Archer bowls that one off the side of the hand, like almost like a leg break action, running his fingers down the seam, and the ball therefore simply isn't where Surya Kumar Yadav needs it to be to play that shot, and it ends up hitting a bad bit of the bat and just gets hit up in the air. So Tilak Varma is walking to the crease with 1 ball left of the 5th over. 41 for 2.
Yeah, and again, in the power play, we see the extra bounce helping, right? So that's quite a few wickets we've now seen on this pitch from that little bit of extra bounce. But yeah, just 6 more wickets to go and England will be on top.
And also, Jarrod, when you know Jofra Archer is their best bowler, he's just got a wicket. Is there necessary to play a shot like that? I'm not too sure, especially if you're a captain. Or a lot of times, it's overconfidence or a bit of an ego going against each other. 2 top cricketers going against each other. That can play in the batter's mind as well.
Well, Tilak Varma is the new man. 2 slips in place, a man short mid-on and a man short extra cover on the drive. His last 2 scores, 107 not out from 56, 120 not out from 47. Left-handed, comes down the pitch, edges it over the top of Salt. What the hell is going on here? Tilak Varma didn't need to do that. He comes charging at Jofra Archer. The point was made by Abhishek Jhunjhunwala earlier on, though, that at that pace, you might as well have an enormous hack, because if you do edge it, it's just going to fly and keep on flying, and it did. Well, India need 88 from 90. I've done far too much damage. Jarrod Kimber will give you some more thoughts before Jon Norman and Bumble are back in.
Just everything about that was absolutely remarkable. That field, 2 slips, a gully, a catching mid-off, a catching mid-on, and then he's bowled a short one outside off stump. And first ball, Tilak Varma's come down to try and smash it back over his head and got an edge about a foot over the wicket-keeper's glove, maybe a couple of feet over the wicket-keeper's glove. Just an extraordinary moment of cricket there. Jon Norman.
Well, it's been an extraordinary 5 overs, hasn't it? And I tell you what, T20 cricket, any cricket, is at its best when the best are playing. And England have got their best 11. India are missing a couple notable names. But it just makes the whole appeal of cricket so much more enticing. 2 slips in place for Mark Wood. Start of his 2nd over, and he's picked up and deposited into the crowd. Back with a square on the leg side. Abhishek Sharma feasts on a wayward ball from Mark Wood that was full of pace, but wasn't quite there in terms of line. 51 up, 50 up for India inside 6 overs. They're 51 for 2.
Exhilarating stuff, this shot of the day. 152 Ks from Mark Wood. It's rapid but bat speed, as he says, deep in the crease, and he flicks it into the leg side, punches it, and it flies into the stand.
Wood again, the slips are still in place. This time Abhishek Sharma does clear the front leg. He makes a move to the leg side, creates the width himself, and then cuts this up and over the fielder, who's stationed on the boundary at backward deep point, but he watches it sail over his head. Back-to-back boundaries. India 57 for 2.
Attack, attack, attack. Another 6 into the crowd. Just misses the photographers down there. There's a line of photographers, and it clatters into the fencing behind him.
I don't know about start the car, Bumble, but you might have to move your one forward. Back-to-back sixes at the start of Mark Wood's second over. He's pushing 95 miles an hour. It doesn't matter. Abhishek Sharma, 22 from 8, and this time holds the pose. Full-length delivery driven to the left of mid-off. And we all pause to catch our breaths. This is incredible, incredible action, and all played out in front of a vocal, boisterous crowd in Kolkata. The last time England played at this ground, it was famous for, was it 3 sixes or 4 sixes in that final over of the T20 World Cup? Carlos Brathwaite, remember the name and all that. Well, Abhishek Sharma's just hit 2 sixes from the first 2 balls of Mark Wood's over.
And he keeps 2 slips in. Keeps attacking.
That's a big old run up as well for Mark Wood, who's in now, pitched up, driven back past the bowler. No timing, but the ball is going to win the race. Jofra Archer gives it up. Third boundary coming from Mark Wood's second over. India 61 for 2. Here on talkSPORT 2, you're listening to India against England in the first T20 of 5 in partnership with Village Hotels. Dine out, play, workout, stay at Village. There's no village cricket about this. This is high quality bowling and batting.
Takes the pace off Wood this time, off cutter. Great stroke play. 6, 12, 16 from the over, 4 balls.
Well, we've got our own Abhishek. He did say watch out for this guy. Drags the length back a touch. Abhishek Sharma takes on the ball. The ball is just going to drop short of Gus Atkinson, who seemed to be running in from the boundary. He then veered to the right and gave up the ghost.
It's in the air for so long. You just think there's a fielder got to come in and catch that, and it drops into no man's land.
I'd like to see a replay of that last delivery. You just heard the 3 boundaries that have taken place. But could Gus Atkinson have got just a touch closer to that ball before it dropped into the outfield? We'll wait and see. What we do know is that 17 runs have come from Mark Wood's second over, and he's still got to bowl his final delivery, and he's going to bowl it to a guy who's got a strike rate of 400. Tilak would just ride the bounce of this short delivery on the body, fends it away. It's under the armpit. He'll take a single. He'll face the first ball of the 7th over. The power play done and dusted, and India have smashed 63 runs from it and lost just the 2 wickets, Bumble.
Well, they played well stroke play as well, with the pace of England's bowlers coming firing in. We saw in that over from Mark Wood, we saw the pace, 150 k's, round about 95 miles an hour, but he's taking the pace off as well. Bowled an off cutter, Archer bowled a leg cutter. India needs 70 from 84 deliveries. That's an excellent power play. The 6 overs, 63 for 2. Keep attacking. Abhishek is 27 from 11. Samson out, 26 from 20. Now then, when does he bring his leg spinner into the attack? I should think now. I think he comes in right now.
Well, you'd imagine India, who had 2 leg spinners and 3 spinners, they bowled 12 overs of the 20. England have gone in with a very different looking make-up to their attack. They're going to persist with pace. Jofra Archer, who's picked up 2 wickets, is going to bowl through. And this is a length delivery, which is just pushed into the offside by Tilak, who moves to 6. I'm just settling in here, Bumble. My first over of commentary in second innings. I've looked up and India are almost halfway to the target.
Well, they're finding the boundaries, and the 2 sixes in that last over, and Mark Wood going for 17. Power play finished, and Archer will be finished after this. He's bowled well, 2 overs for 18, so he's into his final over, and then it'll be a change of pace. It will be. I'm absolutely certain he's got to bring his leg spinner in quickly.
Well, it's going to have to be. Mark Wood's gone for 17 from his last. Atkinson went for 22. Going to have to bowl again, possibly, as Abhishek Sharma trying to come forward, just opens the face of the blade and pushes this towards the cover. Field spread now, singles are available, and that's all India need.
I'm just thinking of England's spin options. So it'll be leg spinner Adil Rashid, Bethel with left arm spin, Livingston
with both.
A bit of everything, really.
Oh, so, not left arm spin, but yeah, off spin and leg spin.
Yeah, those are the 3 spin options. So I don't think we'll see Overton. Is Overton in there as a bowler?
Well, there's still a question mark about Overton as Archer continues bowling round the wicket to the left-handed Tilak, who just gets out of the way from a delivery that he just does not need to play. It bounces, it's fast, and he lets it go through. 65 for 2. They only need 133. Scored centuries in his last 2 T20 innings. He's not going to get a century today because India only need 68 to win this match from 81 deliveries. But yeah, Bumble, this is the question. I'd be very surprised to see Jamie Overton, Rashid, if he leaves overs out there. Probably regret it. He's their frontline bowler. You'd think he would be almost certain to come on the next over. Archer it is. 3 balls left of his 4th over. Tilak, he steps away, and it's Atkinson again running in from the cover boundary. This time he does a lot of the legwork to get close to this opportunity, but it bounces just short. And fair play to the Surrey man. Does well to field the ball and prevent the boundary. But while it was in the air, England would have hoped that Jofra Archer was about to pick up his 3rd.
And Tilak just steps away to the leg side. Short ball from around the wicket. Jofra Archer just short of Atkinson, about a metre short.
So Abhishek Sharma now 28 from 12, continuing round the wicket, and Abhishek will take a single to square leg himself. Almost going full on Brian Lara there with the leg off the floor, the flamboyancy in terms of the shot. Just a single though, moves to 29. That brings Tilak back on strike. Archer's got 1 ball left of his 4. But India halfway there now. They need 66. They're 67 for 2.
Both batters look comfortable against this pace.
I'm always concerned when a bowling attack looks so different team by team, especially when the home team, who you would assume would know the conditions the best, go in with 3 spinners. As Archer bangs this in, and Tilak is very fortunate to still be there. I mean, England may go on to lose this match, but Jofra Archer has bowled magnificently well. His 4 overs are up, 2 for 21, and it should, and maybe on another day would have been 3, because Tilak Varma had no idea where this ball was going. It's come off the splice of the bat, it's bounced up and towards cover. Fielder's come in, but it's dropped short. Good stuff from Archer, but it may end up being a footnote. India 67 for 2, needing 66 runs to win this first of 5 T20s.
Excellent bowling from Archer. 4 overs, 2 for 21. Pace up there, a demanding pace, round about 90 miles an hour, and that's another quick delivery that rattles into the gloves. I think it's hit the helmet as well. Usual thing, protocol, you've got to change the helmet. He's around the wicket. He gets in close and gets bounce. It seems straight in front of his face. I think it's hit the gloves. And it bounces into the offside. Defensive shot. Yeah, it clatters into his thumb, his left thumb, knocks his left thumb off the bat, hits him on the helmet and bounces to cover. The bat is okay, there's no problem there, but it's just a glove that took the helmet, took the pace off it and bounced short into the offside.
He's done well to survive that though, because he could have fractured his thumb and it's hit him right, straight onto his face as well. So it's an incredible delivery. What could Jofra Archer have done with, I don't know, defending 155, John?
It is going to be Adil Rashid, England's premier leg spinner, who's going to bowl his first delivery, and he beats Abhishek Sharma, who loses his body shape trying to smash this up and over long off. It's taken by Phil Salt behind the stumps. You're listening to India against England, the T20 series in partnership with Village Hotels. 33 locations across the UK for a great breakaway. Visit villagehotels.com. Rashid again, and once again Abhishek Sharma trying to clear the front leg and pummel this up and over the long off, a long on boundary, and misses. Wraps Phil Salt on the left thumb as well, that beat both batter and keeper. A little change in the field. Mid-wicket now, as this is on the pads and dropped. Abhishek Sharma has just punched this back to Adil Rashid, who had all the time in the world to settle himself. He got two hands to it and he's put it down.
Out to the front of the hand as well. Oh, straight back to him and straight down.
He's hit his wrists. This time slanting away from Abhishek Sharma. Doesn't bounce quite as much, and deep in his crease and within range allows Abhishek just to ease back and smash this through the covers and away for four, rubbing salt into the wounds.
Yeah, that hurts. Caught and ball chance to Adil Rashid, previous delivery, and then pumped through the offside for four. 71 for two.
Abhishek Sharma's going at a strike rate of just under 200. Down the track, this has gone high. Is there enough distance on it? Just about there. 6 more runs to the Indian opener. A dive from Jacob Bethel at deep mid-wicket, but he wasn't enough to claw the ball back in. He couldn't catch it. And whilst his heart would have been in his mouth for a second or two, Abhishek Sharma scored, moves to 45, and his strike rate now above 200. Goes again, he goes high. Abhishek Sharma reaching for the boundary and reaches it as well. Jamie Overton running round from long on. And if there was a rueful smile on the face of Adil Rashid after 3 deliveries of this over, which hadn't gone for a run and it resulted in a drop catch, well, a penny for them now. 4-6-6 to end it. India going at 10 and over at the 8 over stage, and that victory target fast coming into view.
It's a terrific play, excellent stroke play, and so powerful, finding the boundary with big sixes. Just look at the technique as well. He keeps himself still and he gets to the pitch of the ball, and a full swing of the bat flying into the crowd. An opportunity there for England, an opportunity of a caught and ball that went down, and then it went 4-6-6.
When it's such high-risk cricket being employed by Abhishek Sharma, it can't pay off on a consistent basis. But when it does, well, you can see why he's in the side. 45 from just 19 deliveries, 3 4s and 5 6s. He's been dropped and he's just carried on going.
But the beautiful shots, they're so powerful. Bat speed, he gets to the pitch of the ball.
Oh, what do I know? Jamie Overton is in, and has Tilak Varma been dropped at backward point? May have just bounced short of the fielder. It was a good diving stop. Another run to the score. Harry Brook there, he just wrings his hand as well. 84 for 2 then. That brings Abhishek Sharma back on strike. Just see a replay. Yeah, dropped well short of Harry Brook. One of only 2 batters to reach double figures when England were batting. He only hit 17. Overton continuing then. Over the wicket, dug in and pulled away by Abhishek Sharma. You can't bowl there. Certainly not at the pace that Jamie Overton's going at. And that's 50. 50 up for India, 50 up for Abhishek Sharma. And it's come from just 20 deliveries. India racing away towards the victory target. Inside the 9th over, 90 for 2.
And handling any sort of pace, just clattering the ball into the stand. Short ball from Jamie Overton, 140 Ks. Way back into the stand. Down at deep fine leg. Short ball. Just about bouncer length. He's deep in the crease. It goes high into the air. Flies into the crowd.
And there's almost, Bumble, almost a smile on the face of Gautam Gandhi.
Well, it was more of a smirk. But this is impressive. I mean, you're chasing, what, 132? Get after it.
Overton again. Abhishek Sharma goes again. There's a chance here for Jofra Archer running back from mid-wicket. And the ball just bounces a little too far from his outstretched hands. Looked like he was treading water a little bit, staring up into the night sky. And that's another couple of runs to the Indian score.
Yeah, he's sprinting back, Jofra Archer. He's never going to get there. It's just out of his reach. He's at mid-on. He has to turn round and run back.
Pitched up and on the move is Abhishek Sharma. A rare dot ball. No real timing on the drive. He's 53 from 22, India 92 for 2, chasing 1-3-3.
They found the boundary, and the big boundary, sixes. Some fabulous stroke play.
Well, it's certainly been entertaining. Wickets in England's innings and boundaries in India's, as Abhishek Sharma will take a single, cutting this delivery from Jamie Overton to deep points. TV director just showing a couple of replays throughout the England innings, trying to draw a comparison between the wicket of Ben Duckett, the second English wicket to fall, and the missed opportunity. Just a little bit of fortune, I suppose, going the way of the batter, the Indian batter, as Overton, who's mixing his pace up, draws Tilak Varma forward, defends on off stump, and that's the end of the 9th over. India 93 for 2, with Abhishek Sharma memorable innings of 54 from 23. I think we'll live a long time before we see Yuvraj Singh's record broken. How many balls did he take to reach 50? You remember, Jarrod? 12, was it? He hits 36 of them from 6 deliveries.
Didn't he knock it around before? Because I think the quickest ones are KL, Gambia and Sharma, just 18 balls at 19. So I think Yuvraj knocked it around for a little while, and then he went nuts against Stuart Broad. You weren't coaching that one, it's okay. But
a commentating on it. Here he comes again. That's been the feature of this game, the power of India's batters, the power, finding the boundary.
They've... Livingston coming on.
Yep, Liam Livingston, so we're going to see some more spin. Down the track is Abhishek Sharma, and he's going to pick up 4 more. Over extra cover, 1 bounce. And it doesn't matter whether it spins to the left or spins to the right, he's going to come down and smash it.
And this is just orthodox off spin from around the wicket, and his eyes are lighting up, and it's like a bugle charge. As soon as Livingston lets go of this, he's 2 paces down the pitch, and he meets it on the half volley. It's a bugle charge. Over extra cover, 4 more.
Sharma's 50 in 20 deliveries, second fastest for India versus England, and it was Yuvraj. This is tossed up by Livingston, well wide of Abhishek, and he drills this through extra cover for another single.
So after they lost the World Cup in Australia, the T20 World Cup in Australia, they got there and they were going to play in this style. When they got there, the wickets were a little bit different, and they ended up playing very tentative. And then they were attacked by everyone. And since then, if you have a look at how they played in white ball cricket, it is this way. Under Rahul Dravid, now under Gautam Gambhir. And there's so much ball hitting and ball striking ability in India at the moment. There are players outside of this side doing, incredible things as well. But this is what a lot of us wanted to see, was just, what if you just put in all the guys who could hit the ball at 2 runs a ball?
35 needed from 64 deliveries, 98 for 2 India, and Liam Livingstone continuing to bowl around the wicket to Tilak, who pushes this into the covers, no run.
Well, this is uncomplicated stroke play from what we're seeing. England were very complicated.
Down the track, inside edge onto the boot of Tilak Varma, and he's sent back by Abhishek Sharma, who's 59 from 25.
He might get retired out, Tilak Varma. 8 off 10. Yank him.
Who was it did that? Was it Andre?
Ashwin?
No. Pollard. Did Pollard do it?
The Pollard one's a bit more confusing because he said he was sick afterwards.
Oh, there it is. This is fired in on the pads of Tilak, who pulls it round the corner. Well, not round the corner, he pulls it through mid-wicket for a single. He's not timing the ball particularly well, is Tilak Varma. Coming in at 4. There was some chat about Surya Kumar Yadav coming in at 4, but the captain has said none of that. It didn't last too long, one of 2 wickets to Jofra Archer, but flatter this time from Livingston. Abhishek coming down the track. So 100 up for India, and it's taken them exactly 10 overs. I reckon even my 5-year-old daughter will be able to tell you the run rate that India have managed here on talkSPORT 2. You might be listening on your Amazon Alexa device. If you are, say to your Alexa device, Alexa, ask News Broadcasting to log me in. If you do that, you will be able to continue listening to our next live cricket coverage, which is brought to you thanks to or in partnership with Village Hotels. Pack more into a breakaway at Village. Visit villagehotels.com. I imagine that's me done. I don't think I'm going to be back. I don't think I'm going to be back for the 16th over onwards to take you through the conclusion of this incredible T20. It'll be Abhishek Jhunjhunwala and Andrew McKenna. Oh, and Jarrod.
Just before you come in, Mac, so before the stats I gave you were for the fastest opener, I hadn't seen that, so Gary sent those through. So yeah, Yuvraj made his 50 from 12 balls, but the comparison at the 10 over mark, England was 74 for 4. I think India has the stronger position, Macca.
Well, there's always a very good guide as to how well the England cricket team are doing. The very, very big boss here at talkSPORT 2, talkSPORT, Virgin Radio, is an Australian. And I was just out the back of the commentary room here, and he came wandering down the corridor with the biggest grin on his face, and we just looked at each other and started giggling. Yes, good afternoon, Scott. He does rather enjoy England having a rough day at the office. And this is right up there in terms of rough days in the office. Let me take you through the bowling figures. 4 overs for Jofra Archer. He's bowled himself out. 2 for 21. 5.3 and over. And then it gets problematic. Gus Atkinson, 1 over for 22. Mark Wood, 2 overs for 20, so that's 10 and over. Adil Rashid's 1 over has cost 16. Jamie Overton's 1 over has cost 10. Liam Livingstone, 1 over for 7. 33 more are needed by India to go 1-0 up in this series and go to Chennai for the next game on Saturday. 1-0 up, and they are going to do it. Abhishek Jhunjhunwala, as a man who has played many an innings, just give me some appreciation, give me some love for what Abhishek has done here. 60 not out from 26 deliveries.
I mean, to be honest, what he does and what he does so consistently, score at 200 is not easy. It's very easy to see the way he does it, but the amount of practice, the amount of training and the mindset he has to be able to do it consistently, just extraordinary. And he's done it in the IPL, throughout the IPL, and that's where people, took a notice of him. But since then, he's worked a lot with Yuvraj Singh, very, very close to him. So UV has done a lot of work with him, with his bat flow and his mental aspect as well. Usually what we see, Maka, with players like this, yes, they can play those odd innings, but they're not consistent. But for him to be consistent playing the way he does is just extraordinary.
One thing I will pick up from England's point of view, they've used 6 bowlers. Gus Atkinson is coming back to bowl his second over, and Abhishek climbs into this one, hits it back over the bowler's head. It's only a question of where it's coming down, in the holding area behind the boundary. Gus Atkinson walks back, head down, as his first ball of a new over goes for 6. India 106 for 2.
And also, he's not a massively built guy. He's quite slim. Yeah, he's tall. But the bat flow and the balance when he plays that shot. Look at that for a shot. That ball was a pretty decent delivery, back of length, but just held his shape and the extension of his arms. Just extraordinary.
In once again is Atkinson. Threading the eye of the needle is Abhishek. Along the floor between extra cover and mid-off. Atkinson's actually bowling even a bit slower from what he was earlier. He started at 130 this over. That one was 112 kilometres an hour, and it's not making any difference to him. 6-4.
And again, look at the whole batting approach. He keeps it very simple. If the ball is in his arc, he goes for it. He's not shy of going aerial, but that was just sumptuous. Going along the ground, a beautiful looking cover drive from Abhishek Sharma.
23 needed. Now, I'm going to make a point after this ball, because there's something I did want to say here. Atkinson goes slightly shorter to Abhishek, goes on the pull, and it'll go out to Jacob Bethel, who is at deep backward square leg, and they will take a single. And I'm glad Jacob Bethel fielded that, because the point I was going to make was about him. During the Indian bowling spell, we were talking about how India weren't spinning it. They were sort of firing it in. And I said to Bumble, it'll be very interesting to see how Jacob Bethel goes on bowling here. England have used 6 bowlers. Jacob Bethel's not bowled a ball. Why not give it a go? I mean, let's be brutally honest, nothing else has really worked so far. Why wouldn't you try it?
Yeah, I think it's all about the matchup, isn't it? 2 left-handers with a left-arm spinner.
In goes Gus Atkinson. Hit hard by Tilak Varma. Past a diving mid-off. Jos Buttler lies on the floor, looks to the sky, picks himself up to go and get the ball. Tilak Varma's got 13 from 12. India are 115 for 2, and 18 are needed to win this game. We're only in the 11th over.
Yeah, if Gus Atkinson bowls like this in this tour, he's going to go for a lot of runs, I can tell you that. He's got to find a variety of deliveries. He can't keep running and bowling at 125 kilometres on Indian pitches. He's not going to get much assistance.
In he comes over the wicket to the left-handed Tilak. Tilak almost plays round his front pad a little bit to turn it out to deep mid-wicket, where Liam Livingstone is there. He beats Jofra Archer to the ball, and it's only a single, which in a way would be a bit of a win had there not been a 6-4, a single and a 4 as the previous deliveries.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, the pace has been an issue, the length he has bowled. He's been very predictable as a bowler, and I think both these batters at the moment, they fancy Gus Atkinson. They both want to be on strike whenever he's bowling. Final delivery of this over. Again, he's going to go. 17
needed from 55. But he's gone slower and full there. Sort of Yorker length halfway between the stumps and the guideline for the wide. And there's no run. 11 overs gone here on talkSPORT 2. 116 for 2. I mentioned the second game on Saturday. Just a reminder that if you are going to try and listen with us via your Amazon Alexa device, for Saturday's game, you're going to need to have synced up your talkSPORT and your Amazon Alexa accounts if you want to be able to listen that way. So to do that, you just need to say to your Alexa device, Alexa, ask News Broadcasting to log me in, and it will do the rest. Of course, you can also have the app on your phone, swipe between talkSPORT and talkSPORT 2, or your DAB digital radio. Adil Rashid is going to start a new over with a big, high, loopy leg break that looked like it was going to be a belt-high full toss for a minute that was going to disappear about 130 metres, but it then drops. Abhishek hits it to the long-off fielder and just simply takes a single.
Also, if you look at the way Abhishek Sharma or most of the Indian batters bat against spinners, they keep it quite simple. You hardly see them sweeping or reverse sweeping. They tend to go downtown. They want to play with the full face of the bat, which gives them the best opportunity.
In goes Rashid to Abhishek. And it's a googly punch to extra cover, no run.
But where you look at the England batters, the moment the ball turns or does anything, they just choose one option, which is slog sweeping. Either slog sweeping or reverse sweeping. So they've got to find different ways to score runs against spinners in India.
Adil Rashid, 0 for 17 so far from 8 balls. Down the pitch comes Abhishek. Inside out over extra cover. Sixer. 10 needed from 51 balls. 123 for 2. And I'll let you into a little secret. I don't know if you could hear it or not, but I could hear in my headphones, as soon as Abhishek started to shimmy down the pitch, Abhishek Jhunjhunwala, sitting to my right, went 6. Straight away, went 6. Before he'd even swung the bat. That was how sure you were.
But also look at that game awareness. He picked the googly very early. It was not an easy shot to play. Usually when you step down against this bowler who's bringing the ball in, you look to go long on deep mid-wicket. But as soon as he saw the ball released, he went over covers.
Rashid is in once again. Now that's tight to the leg side. Abhishek's hit it up very high. Man coming in from the boundary. Jacob Bethel can't take the catch. It was not easy. It was a full-length extension, dive, but he doesn't get his hands on it, and 2 more are taken. 8 more are needed by India to win the game.
That has to be a special skill, Maka. If you time it, goes for a 6. If you don't, it lands in no man's land. There's a proper skill to have as a batter. Not many can do that consistently. Oh, he tried. Bethel.
Rashid, it's in. Now that one might be caught. Abhishek's come down the pitch, tried to hit the leg side, lobs up on the offside. Harry Brook takes the catch at deep mid-off. And Adil Rashid does have another wicket to his name. England have a 3rd Indian wicket. It might not be going down fighting, but at least they're throwing a couple of punches. But Abhishek Sharma take a bow. 79 from 34. Has not just broken the back of this game, he's wrung its neck. That is brilliant batting, and he will take a huge amount of applause because he is basically making sure that India win this in double quick time. 79 from 34, India 125 for 3.
They're fascinating. To score 79 with a strike rate of 232 and doing it consistently is just extraordinary skill set. It also makes batting very easy for the batters to come later on. With such a strong batting order, India has, now you go Hardik Pandya, Rinku Singh, there's plenty to come, but what a knock. Thoroughly enjoyed that one, and so did everyone watching at Eden Gardens and around the world.
I'm glad Adil Rashid did get a wicket, because I actually looked at his numbers earlier. The last time he went wicketless in a T20 international was 10 matches ago. He's taken 11 wickets in that. And believe it or not, the game that he went wicketless was against Namibia in the World Cup. And I thought he might go wicketless in this on the grounds that it was such a small total. He might not bowl that many balls. But he still managed to take a wicket. He's 127th in this form. Right, Hardik Pandya is in. Oh, he's taken a huge hack at the first ball. He's got up and underneath this. It'll land 10 metres outside of the 30-metre circle. And Bethel and Overton, neither can get there. And it'll drop safe and they'll take 2. 127 for 3 after 12 overs here on talkSPORT 2.
And they don't want to hang around for too long, Hardik Pandya. Usually he takes a bit of time. He doesn't really go hard from the very start, Hardik. Not much to play for. Another 4 or 5 runs for India to win this game. But this has been a very professional performance so far. First with the ball and now with the bat. Extraordinary innings from Abhishek Sharma. Sanju Samson played his part as well. Tilak Verma has been steady for his 15 of 14. It has been a team effort.
6 runs are needed from 48 balls. Where's the best restaurant in Kolkata, do you reckon?
Oh, there's plenty.
I was just wondering if they got a table booked. That was all I was thinking.
That's what it looks like, yeah. The most famous one is Peter Cat in Mogambo, who's been there in barbecue. They've been there for the last 50, 60 years, and still, yeah, you never get a table unless you're booked.
Do they still have all the country and western bars, or is that craze finished?
No, they're still there. Some of them are still there. But
you didn't know about that one, did you, Maka? Oh,
we're coming back to that in a minute. Mark Wood's going to start with a new over. Now he's taken Tilak on the pad, but surely that must have pitched outside the leg stump. Right arm over to the left-hander. They've taken one and it is signalled as a leg bye, so it's 5 to win.
I think the two most unlikely places in cricket to have country and western bars is St Lucia and Kolkata, and they both love it. Absolutely love it. And you go and in Kolkata, the patrons dress up like you're in, Austin or Lubbock or other places in Texas I can think of.
Oh, wow. I'm really disappointed now. That would have been...
You've never seen Abhishek in his full Stetson, have you? In his big leather boots?
Chaps.
Well, you might have seen him in chaps.
Well, yes. Looked like Woody from Toy Story. Right. Come on, Mark Wood. England's Woody has been sending them down at absolute laser speed. England have got a short, fine leg inside the circle in 30 metres. They've also got a square leg. So I think Hardik Pandya is getting something around his left armpit. In it goes, it's quick. Hardik, it is aimed at sort of the left shoulder. He ducks underneath it. It flies through to Salt. It's another very quick delivery from Mark Wood.
Yeah, as a batter, you're always worried when you're facing somebody like Mark Wood or Jofra Archer. And we're just getting a glimpse of Abhishek Sharma's innings, a bit of a highlight of his 79 of 34. And boy, does he hit the ball well, and does he hit the ball long. Quite a few sixes in that innings before he got out finally to Rashid.
Yeah, just the 8 of them. 8 sixes, 5 fours. Sanju Samson also hit a maximum. 9 sixes for India in the total. They've only hit 11 fours, for goodness sake. But they have absolutely scorched out of the traps to win this first one. It's one blow away now. 5 needed. 46 balls to get them. Hardik Pandya will be on strike. And here is Mark Wood. Right arm over, swing and a miss. Strike one. I mean, he was absolutely mowing that one, Hardik, and didn't really get that near it because of the pace.
Yeah, I think that was flying. That was 150 kilometers an hour. That ball was travelling at some pace. Hardik Pandya was a bit too late for the party.
Yeah, he got a late invitation for that one, didn't he? He got a late invitation. Oh, this has been fun. I know it's been one-sided, but it has been fun. There's been some great cricket played here. Most of it by India, but, you can't have everything. Sometimes you just have to take it where it goes. Mark Wood in, right arm over, in towards the ribcage of Hardik Pandya. Turns it past the man at square leg, and it'll be Jamie Overton out on the boundary on the leg side who'll do the fielding. Single taken, so 4 needed from 44 balls for India.
Just a hit away. Tilak Verma, yeah, he's been in some form. As we said earlier, South Africa has got a couple of hundreds, batting at number 3. But Surya Kumar Yadav back to his spot where he has scored majority of his runs in the IPL for India, number 3. I think that suits him the best. Also the left-hand right-hand combination, I always feel sometimes if Abhishek Sharma would have gone out early, probably Tilak Verma could have come in at number 3. But they've got such a strong batting order.
Yeah, you literally could almost pick it out of a hat, couldn't you, if you really wanted to. Everyone could do a job. Wood around the wicket now. Oh my goodness, Tilak Verma has played a pull shot, was through it too early, and I think it's hit his glove that loops up over the keeper, and it goes away for 4, and India win the game by 7 wickets. 12 overs and 5 balls to score 133 to win the game. Tilak Verma finishes 19 not out from 16 balls. Hardik 3 from 4. India win by 7 wickets and go 1-0 up. Abhishek Jhunjhunwala.
Yeah, that is some performance. To win it with 7.1 overs to spare, chasing 132 is just a brilliant effort. And they've been thorough throughout this game, India. Very well led by Surya Kumar Yadav, winning the toss and electing to bowl and just rotating his bowlers perfectly. The spinners and the fast bowlers all doing their job. And then when it came to batting, Abhishek and Sanju Samson giving them perfect start. And what a knock by Abhishek Sharma. Absolutely magnificent for his 79. England will have a lot of things to think through, a lot of questions to answer when they get to Chennai, which will be a completely different surface, different conditions, but they'll have to come back quite quickly.
I was going to make that point actually, in the fact that in the old days, you'd quite often, in a 5-match series, you'd have sort of 2 games, let's say like a Saturday and Sunday, same city. So at least you could learn from the pitch, the conditions, say, right, OK, we'll put that into place. But these 5 matches are all in individual venues. So what England have just learnt from Kolkata, well, they might as well just put it straight in the bin, because Chennai is, 1,500 miles away, and it'll be completely different.
And also, I think they had a very good chance in Eden Gardens because of the surface. It's a surface which helps the fast bowlers. There's extra bit of pace, extra bit of bounce. But when you only get 130 odd on board batting first, you don't have a lot to play with against a very strong Indian batting order. So they'll have to find a way to score runs. I don't think bowling is going to be a big issue for England. It's the batting. They'll have to find a way to play against these 3 spinners, which will, I'm sure, again play in Chennai, given the conditions will be slow and low and usually turns. So it'll be difficult for England going into the next game.
Well, there's some smiles on the faces as the handshakes happen, but there's almost some really embarrassed smiles as much as anything else from the Indian players. They almost don't want to celebrate too much and be too happy about the whole thing, but they have won. They are 1-0 up in the series. So let's look back on the action, thanks to Village Hotels.
England versus India live on talkSPORT 2 with Village Hotels. With 33 locations across the UK, Village Hotels have everything under one roof for a great break away. Visit villagehotels.com.
You are listening to Following On. So it's a new head coach, but the same old problems for England as they lose the first T20 against India by 7 wickets. India chasing down 133 inside of 13 overs. I'm Andrew McKenna, and I'll be joined by the England cricket legend David Bumble Lloyd and the former IPL batter Abhishek Jhunjhunwala to look back at all the action from Eden Gardens. We'll be discussing England's problems against spin, how Brendan McCullum fixes it, Abhishek's brutal knock, and can England bounce back ahead of Saturday's second T20? We'll also hear from the England captain Jos Buttler as well, so plenty to come over the next 20 minutes or so. This is Following On. Well, deep breath, everybody, deep breath, because this is going to take some dissecting, it's going to take some explaining, it's going to take some understanding. India won the toss in Kolkata and decided that England could bat first. England were bowled out from the final ball of their 20 overs for 132. Making more than half of that was Jos Buttler, 68 from 44 balls faced. But Phil Salt, a 3-ball duck. Ben Duckett, 4 from 4. Liam Livingstone, 0 from 2. Harry Brooks, 17 from 14. Jamie Overton, 2 from 4. Gus Atkinson, 2 from 13. Adil Rashid was 8 not out from 11. Jofra Archer, 12 from 10. Mark Wood, run out. Coming from the non-strikers, then from the final ball, 1 from 1. England 1-3-2 all out, as I say. 2 for 17 for Arshdeep, 2 for 42 for Hardik, 3 for 23 for Chakravarti, 2 for 22 for Akshar, and Bishnoi 0 for 22 from 4. So it was going to be fairly straightforward for India, but we didn't think it would be this straightforward. 133 for 3 in just 12 overs and 5 balls. Abhishek Sharma, 79 from 34 balls. He was the third man out at 125 for 3. In the 12th over. The first man was Sanju Samson, 41 for 1 in the 5th. He'd made 26 from 20. Surya Kumar Yadav made a 3-ball duck as he launched something from Jofra Archer straight up in the air. And maybe there was a little window of opportunity, but Abhishek very, very firmly shut that off. Tilak Varma and Hardik Pandya finished the job, 19 not out and 3 not out respectively. And it was all over, as I say, inside 13 overs. I turn to the former England coach David Lloyd alongside me. Look, there's no shame being beaten by a better side, but boy, I mean, that wasn't just a beating, that was a pummeling.
There are 4 matches, so they've got to get things right or improve dramatically for Saturday. What I've seen today is uncomplicated play from the India batters, strong, powerful play. And I thought that England were overcomplicated. They were very static in the play. And when you look at the attack of India, no express pace, but a lot of guile. round about 130 k's with slower deliveries, 3 spinners into the attack with lovely rhythmical actions, but the ball not spinning on an excellent pitch. England were looking for things that just weren't there. As I say, overcomplicated and just not simple play. Buttler plays brilliantly and nobody stayed with him. Some naive shots to be dismissed. India came into bat against pace, so there's a big difference. No pace from India, big pace from England, and they took it on. And these young batters played wonderfully well and found the boundaries. 8 sixes, Abhishek, 8 sixes against this England attack.
Right, I want to come back to Jos Buttler. Played brilliantly, 68 from 44. In a T20 innings, there are 120 balls available to you. Jos Buttler was out 2 balls into the 17th over, having made 68 from, I'll say it again, 44 balls only. England let their captain down. He did not face enough deliveries. The others did not get their captain back on strike enough, did they?
Well, I just think that's clever play, that you get the foreign player, and he was the foreign player, and you work it out quickly in a 2020 match. You work it out that he's on strike, he's finding the boundary, he's in form, give him the strike. So you've got to be busy. You've got to give him the strike, get your ones, turn your ones into twos, and your role is also to find the boundary and support. He didn't have anybody to support him throughout the innings, and so he's doing it all on his own. And so that's where England have to improve, to stay with, build partnerships. I mean, how often do we say that in any form of cricket, build partnerships, and England never got a partnership going at all.
Today is a day to be called Abhishek. We'll bring in our own Abhishek Jhunjhunwala in a minute, but we need to hear from Abhishek Sharma. He's just been speaking with Ravi Shastri.
So we've got Abhishek Sharma with us. Abhishek, well played today. That was fabulous entertainment. You were hitting those sixes as if you were playing some club cricket there.
No, thanks a lot. It was just, I just wanted to express myself. I've said this before as well. And I want to do the special mention to the captain and coach, because the freedom they have given to us, even the target wasn't that much, but the way they've been talking to us as a youngster, I think that was really tremendous.
What was the pitch like, Abhishek? Because there was the fast bowlers, when they let it rip, it went through nicely.
I think it was sticking a bit, and it was getting a bit extra bounce, double pace wicket bit. But the way our bowler bowled, I think that was pretty much good. And I thought we're gonna, chase something around 160, 170. But the way they bowled, I think that was really good.
Good start. You showed great maturity there, because at the start it was Sanju who was the aggressor, and you took your time.
Yes, we've been always talking to each other. I think as a partner, we always do this. And whenever he's hitting, I just enjoy at the other end.
Abhishek, DPL, very well played again.
Thank you, sir.
Abhishek, tell us about your process. Is it just watch the ball and play the ball, or do you have a thought process behind it? Do you have a game plan behind every innings?
I think it's obviously just go and express myself and just watch out and just play. And even when I just came for the first time in the Indian team, and the plan was pretty much simple, because the way I played in the IPL, that really helped me in this. And but here as well, I've never seen like team environment like this, and captain backing you up, like always saying that go and just express yourself. And from the first day, he's been told me that just go and hit your shots, whatever you want, even if it's the first ball. I think when it's coming from the captain, it means a lot as a youngster, and I've been doing that.
Just seeing your trigger movements today, you get into good positions early, and your positions could differ. Sometimes you're right back and across, sometimes you look to give yourself room.
Yeah, it was pretty much simple. I was practicing this before this match, and I think the way they bowled, I was pretty much ready for this plan, and I knew they're gonna ball me short, and they're gonna check my patience as well. So I just had a pretty plan, and it executed really well.
Abhishek Sharma speaking with the TV crew at the end of the game. Well, let's bring in Abhishek Jhunjhunwala. Look, lots of people, if you don't follow Indian cricket that closely, they know the names Rohit Sharma, Virat Kohli. They've been the galactic stars of recent times. We've got another one here, haven't we? We've got the potential for, I mean, if he carries on playing like this, there's going to be eyes on Abhishek Sharma.
What I picked up from that interview, he mentioned that it was a double pace wicket and it was ticking. What's he going to do if the ball is coming onto the bat nicely? That's my question, Bumble. What's he going to do when it's flat?
I thought that was a really good interview, and Ravi Shastri conducts the interview, and he's a young kid. He kept saying youngster, and he just let him flow, which is what his batting does. He said one thing in there: I want to thank the captain and the coach because it's a great environment. I wonder what the environment was like in the test team. You know, all the big shots aren't playing. The BCCI, as we talked earlier, have cracked the whip. You can't turn up to the ground in your car. That young chap there has said we've got a great environment. It's a young team.
Yeah, it's a very young team, and also the freedom he mentioned about getting that freedom from the captain and the coach, that if you feel like you can hit the ball for a six, the first delivery, go for it. We are backing you. And when you have that sort of a backing from the team management, especially the coach and the captain, as a young player, how much confidence do you get once you are out there?
And also he talked about the pace of England bowlers, and he'd obviously done his homework, that they'd come at me with pace. I know I was going to get the short ball. Ravi Shastri said sometimes you're deep in the crease, sometimes you're giving yourself room. So he's worked it out. He's obviously watched the two express bowlers as to how they would bowl. And he scored 8 sixes, is it, there in that innings. We looked at how many fours, forget the fours. He's hit 8 sixes against an England pacey attack. So they move on to Chennai now. Do England, as they've said, we're going to give everybody a goal, do they continue with out-and-out pace or use a little bit more guile, as India did with the ball?
Well, that's a great question, because, as Bumble mentioned, Saturday is in Chennai, and traditionally that means spin. But at the moment, England's better suit is nominally the seam bowlers. And India's spinners today, 5 for 67 off 12. So, actually, I'll amend that. India's slower bowlers, because you made the point earlier, Bumble, they barely turned the ball all day because that was what was required on the pitch.
It was a super pitch, and they haven't turned a ball, but they've got lovely actions, rhythmical actions. Axar Patel is quite tall and he fires the ball in left arm spin, but 2 leg spinners out to the front of the hand, out to the back of the hand, but they all bowl quite quickly at 90 k's into the pitch, no flight at all. And so before this series started, I was reading that India are thinking, should we play 3 spinners against England? Play 4 if you want.
Especially in Chennai in the next match. And also what these bowlers do, Varun Chakravarti and Ravi Bishnoi, because they've got such fast arm action, the way they release the ball as a batter, if you don't play them enough, it's very hard to pick which one is going to turn. You're still watching them very closely. The googly is very hard to pick. We saw the ball deviate a little bit, but that's enough for you to get out.
But the way Abhishek played, we talked about the bugle call. He was down the pitch, meted on the half volley. England against India's spinners, I think we're looking for something that's not there. It's not going to spin. We look very, very static at the crease. And the way to combat that, if it's not spinning, put all the action onto the bowler, come down the pitch, meet it on the half volley, which means good footwork. You've got to have good footwork.
Yeah, and that's what I mentioned earlier, that the moment I've seen England players, the moment the ball spins or the spinners are operating, they only have 2 options, Bumble. Either they go for a slog sweep or a reverse sweep. They don't have the third option. But if you want to score runs and be successful in India, as you mentioned, you've got to use your feet. You've got to get to the pitch of the ball. Otherwise, you're not going to score runs.
Well, all I'd say is all the great players that we've seen over the years, if they're adept at playing spin, it ain't from the reverse sweep. They come down the pitch and they meet it on the half volleys. It's one of the great shots to play is a half volley. What shot do you want to play? Oh, I want to play a half volley. I want to get down the pitch. If you want to play half volleys, you've got to come down the pitch.
And also on Indian pitches, you're better off presenting the full face of the bat. If you look at the Indian batters, majority of them, they don't go for those fancy shots. They don't go for the scoofs, the loofs, all that shot. They just try to hit down the ground majority of the shots, and that's why they're successful.
Sometimes you need to be outside looking in. So I'm going to ask you, Abhishek, to have a look at England. So we've had Jofra Archer, 4 overs, 2 for 21. Mark Wood, 1 ball short of 3 overs, 0 for 25. They went at 5 1/4 and 8.8. Gus Atkinson went at 19 and over. 2 overs have cost 38. Is it too simplistic to say that Atkinson probably doesn't play in Chennai and England therefore get their extra spinner in or slower bowler in for Atkinson?
I think if Gus Atkinson wants to play in India and wants to be successful in India, with his pace, he's not going to be successful unless he can bowl different balls, unless he has the slower delivery, the Yorkers and those change-ups. But what we saw today, it was pretty predictable from him. As a batter, you know what's coming. He's going to bowl around that 125 kilometers an hour, which for nowadays, they're just going to sit you and hit wherever they fancy if you don't have that variety of deliveries, and you can execute those deliveries as well.
How quick is the pitch in Chennai compared to, because we thought this was quick. We've mentioned the fact that Mark Wood was over 150 kilometres an hour. For those who work in miles an hour still, that's 93 miles an hour. 150 is 93 to give you the comparison. So would Chennai be traditionally slower? So in other words, is the pitch going to blunt, if you like, Jofra Archer and Mark Wood a little bit more?
I think they'll find it very difficult to bowl 150 kilometers an hour in Chennai, because Eden Gardens, I feel, is one of the quickest pitches in India at the moment, alongside Chinnaswamy in Bangalore. But Chennai traditionally is slow and low, so you're going to find it very difficult to get that bounce which you got in Eden Gardens.
If you look at Atkinson, he's had a bad day. I would stick with Atkinson. I think he's a much better bowler than what we've seen today. He's just had a bad day. But when you get to Chennai, traditionally you'd think it'd be a slower pitch than this, and you just got to box clever a little bit. And we saw, and I'm just going back to the Indian quicker bowlers. They were clever. They were savvy and bowling little leg cutters, off cutters with no great pace. About 130k, we get excited at 150k. We've seen 150k go out the ground here, but at 130, they just controlled the game for a long, long time. Then the spinners came on with these lovely actions, didn't spin a ball. England were looking for shots that weren't there. They were very static at the crease, and I think you've got to be a lot more proactive than that. 5 matches, T20 matches can change, series can change. Started badly, improve on that. I would be quite relaxed if I'm in that camp and say, I hope we can improve. We need to improve. We will improve and sort it out at Chennai.
Well, I mean, it's a good point, actually. I mean, 133 is England's second lowest total in India in T20s. If you want the lowest, 127 in Bangalore in 2017. So it didn't work with the bat. And with the ball, India knocking them off in that manner has given England their worst loss in terms of balls remaining in a T20 game. 43 today, beating Australia in Melbourne in 2018 when they won in 33 balls. So does that back up what you were just saying there, Bumble, about, well, maybe you go with the same team and say, well, OK, because you can't really scapegoat one side of the game, batting or bowling, because neither worked.
Well, I would say the batting's let England down there. Chasing 160, 170, it's a different game completely. You've got to approach it differently. I was impressed with the young Indian batters. They had no fear whatsoever. The crowd was excellent. It was a good raucous crowd back in the home team, as it should be. But England had no answer today. They just didn't have an answer. And we come back to Buttler plays so well, nobody stays with him. The damage was done. 132 not out. They're going to blitz it. Gambia's going to say, right, boys, off you go. Finish this in 12 overs. I've got a dinner date. I want to get out for dinner tonight. Get it done with. Don't mess around.
Right. The England captain, Jos Buttler, has just been speaking with Harsha Bhogle.
Tell us about the batting. Your own batting, of course. I know you're a soft-spoken person, but your own batting versus the others, it seemed different when you were batting. Was it just a learning curve?
No, I think there was a little bit in the wicket early on, and probably didn't expect that. I thought it looked like a really good wicket. So yeah, they found a little bit of movement, and we lost a couple of wickets. But I think if you come through that phase, it's a pretty good pitch, and obviously a really fast-scoring ground here.
If you had to look back at this game, the batting against spin, I used the word learning curve before. Is that what it is for some genuinely good players?
Yeah, a little bit. Look, we have some really good players in there, and obviously you want to enforce the game that you want to play, and we weren't quite capable of doing that today against some good bowlers, but we're better for the run out, and we're looking forward to the next one.
The positives, it's always good to look at the positives, isn't it? Jofra Archer looked good today?
Yeah, he did. He always looks good. He's a superstar. He looked threatening. Thought he could add a few more wickets there, and Mark Wood was bowling fast as well. So, yeah, to see the two of them operate in tandem is exciting.
Going ahead, is that how England's going to play T20 cricket, with just bowlers bowling rockets from both ends?
I think there's a little bit of that, yeah. I think we want to be aggressive, we want to be watchable. We're up against a team who are ultra aggressive as well, so it's really exciting. But obviously, venue to venue, you've got to assess the conditions and play well.
The new coach, for you, the new coach in the white ball game, said he wanted you to rediscover the joy for the game. I don't think you ever left it.
No, there's always there. I think sometimes, sometimes you wear the results, or you're just always desperate to do well. But no, I'm really enjoying the environment. As I'm a big McCullum fan. I always was when he was playing and stuff. So great to be working with him in the dressing room now.
There you go then, Jos Buttler speaking with Harsha Bhogle just a couple of moments ago at the presentation ceremony. Looking forward to working with Brendan McCullum. Going to enjoy working with Brendan McCullum as England white ball coach. It appears, though, David Lloyd, there is work to do.
Well, there is. I mean, there's one thing that he said there is we're better for the run-out. Well, we'll see when they get to Chennai. The other thing that I thought he was a bit abrupt there. Harsha Bhogle is a really accomplished operator, and I thought he was a bit angry. Jos Buttler, he is soft-spoken. And one of them interviews where you don't actually want to be there. I've been there. I've got that T-shirt where you can be a little bit more abrupt than you should be. It's a bad loss for England, is that. They're losing 13 overs. It's a bit of a shellacking. And so they must improve when they get to Chennai. Interesting, if he does stick with the quick bowlers, have a look at that pitch at Chennai. If it's going to spin, you might have to put another spin option in. And so it might not be that we're going to keep hitting you with these quick bowlers, because the young Indian batters were really up to it.
In terms of Jos and Brendan McCullum going forward, it feels like it should be a good working relationship. Obviously, they know each other anyway, and they seem similar kind of characters. It is something that needs to be there, doesn't it? You've been there. You can't have a captain who wants to sort of do it one thing and a coach wants to do it a different way. It has to be a partnership.
Well, it has. And a T20, in particular in white ball, T20, there's no hiding place. And I think there's been a lesson there from India. These are young players. That I always bristle a bit when I hear, is this a learning curve for your young team? England, there's some very accomplished players in there. It's not a learning curve at all. The learning curve was for India. And so when you get a combination of coach and captain who are very aggressive, they both are, they want to play in a positive way, the message would be, I want you to play better. They've got to play a lot better than they have in this game here. They were naive.
How do you address that in a team meeting? Just simply say, come on, lads, we've made some poor mistakes.
We're off and running, boys. That's the first one. We've been defeated. I want you to play like you've never played before. I want you to play well and just move out. And they get the message. They get the message that he ain't happy. Boss ain't happy. We've got to improve. I'm not bothered about the bowlers. The bowlers are on a hiding to nothing today. Them lads are going to come out and take it to the cleaners. They did. The batting was substandard, except for the captain, and nobody stayed with him. You've got to use your savvy. You've got to stay with him. He's in form, knock it around. Last 5 overs, we're going to really clatter it with about 6 or 7 wickets in hand. We were 6 down after 11.
Well, one man who's probably enjoyed his day very much today, the Indian captain, Surya Kumar Yadav, just speaking with Harsha as well.
Right, where do I start, Surya? Where do I start? So many things to be happy about today. What pleased you the most?
I think the energy, the way we started after winning the toss, I think that set the benchmark, and we took it from there. All the bowlers having their own plans, executing that, having good energy on the ground, and the way we batted, I think it was icing on the cake.
I was very interested in seeing the choice of players that you picked today, because there was a fair amount of green. Was it because you read the pitch that way that you picked so many spinners, or was it the numbers in the England camp that suggested that it was a better way?
We wanted to stick to our strengths. We did the same thing when we played in South Africa on those wickets, and similar, Hardik took that responsibility of bowling with the new ball. So I had a little bit of cushion to play that extra spinner, and those 3 of them are doing a wonderful job.
I've spoken to Varun Chakravarti a little earlier as well. What is he doing so much better now?
He's keeping things very, very simple. He's clear in his mind. I think most important, his preparations are on point, and that's what makes him different from others.
Isn't Arshdeep Singh looking better with every game?
I think with experience, he's learning a lot, taking that extra responsibility. He knew that he was the only bowler who could bowl with the new ball today, and then it was Hardik. So he took that responsibility, and he's been doing it regularly. So I'm very happy for him.
So when Abhishek and Sanju go out to bat, is there any conversation at all, or do you just say go, go, go?
I mean, there's a lot of freedom being given by Gauti, and we just want to play a little bit different what we did in 2024 T20 World Cup, and we have our plans. We're batting with the same way, and I'm very happy the way they're going.
You mentioned the energy at the start. You must have been very happy with the fielding. It was top class today.
I think that's one area I've been talking to them that we do all together on the ground. We've been working really hard with our fielding coach in all the sessions, and so there's only one demand from him, that we have good energy. Let's take those half chances and make a difference, and that's what everyone is doing.
The Indian captain, Jarrod Kimber, and no wonder he sounded so happy, laughing and joking with Harsha Bhogle. His team have absolutely done a number on England today, beating England inside 13 overs, chasing down 133 that they needed, only 3 wickets down. So India 1-0 up. We'll do it all again on Saturday as the caravan moves on to Chennai, and England, well, they're going to want to win there. They don't want to go 2-0 down in a 5-match series, because that will be very, very difficult indeed. Today, well, they found it really difficult. It was a fantastic match to bring you, all thanks to Village Hotels. The start of the new-look Indian era against the start of the Brendan McCullum white ball era. Third ball. Arshdeep is in. Oh, he's got in a terrible tangle there. So he's gone on the ball. He's got big on him, and he just loops up in the air, and he's caught behind for a 3-ball duck. England are 0 for 1. The Brendan McCullum era is underway. First wicket down, 3 balls in. Once again, Buttler comes down the pitch, hits it back past the umpire, past the stumps. 4 through dead straight mid-on. England 7 for 1, and there's the first boundary. Jos Buttler has 6. Hugh is already down. It is already a factor. Slip and short third in place. Arshdeep goes in. Duckett looks to play a big drive on this one. Lobs up into the offside. 2 men going back. Catch is taken. England are 2 down inside 3 overs. 17 for 2, and Arshdeep becomes the leading wicket taker for India in T20 international cricket.
England just in a spot of bother. They've been there before. 2.5 overs, 17 for 2.
Chakravarti again. This is deceived Harry Brook, as listeners on talkSPORT 2. He's full of experience and full of skills. Brook's gone, and England lose their third.
Buttler waits, knees bent, hammers it past Jarrod Kimber on this occasion. That will hit the boundary sponge. It is 4 more to the captain.
Well, it's the Buttler show, is this?
Chakravarti in again, straighter. Buttler again goes for the big shot, but has he picked out deep square leg? That is a fine catch from the fielder running in from the boundary. It's Nitish Reddy, England's greatest ever, has got a walk from the crease.
Atkinson in once again. That's down the leg side. There's no fielder anywhere near that. It's all along the floor. It's 4 more. It's a cafeteria at the moment. It's help yourself. Atkinson in. Oh, another cracking shot. This time all along the floor. Wide of Harry Brook at mid-on. Around the wicket he goes again. Little bit of width. Oh my days! Abhishek up and underneath this over extra cover. Home run ball, 6 runs.
Look at that for a shot. Stand and deliver. Off she goes over extra cover.
With this scoreline, in goes Archer. Sanju Samson pulls it to the leg side, and he's caught by Atkinson. Well, there's the first one of the hat-trick. The umpire, Jarrod Kimber has just slapped this straight up in the air. I mean, about 75 metres up in the air, and Phil Salt will take the catch. Well, it's not a hat-trick, but it's 2 wickets in 4 balls. Not saying, but it's still alive.
Upwards, start of his second over, and is picked up and deposited into the crowd. Backward a square on the leg side. Abhishek Sharma feasts on a wayward ball from Mark Wood that was full of pace, but wasn't quite there in terms of line. Abhishek Sharma's going at a strike rate of just under 200. Down the track. This has gone high. Is there enough distance on it? Just about there. Overton continuing then. Over the wicket, dug in and pulled away by Abhishek Sharma. And that's 50 50 up for India, 50 up for Abhishek Sharma, and it's come from just 20 deliveries.
Rashid, it's in. Now that one might be caught. Abhishek's come down the pitch, tried to hit the leg side, lobs up on the offside. Harry Brook takes the catch at deep mid-off, and Adil Rashid does have another wicket, but Abhishek Sharma take a bow. 79 from 34. Wood around the wicket now. Oh my goodness, Tilak Varma has played a pull shot, was through it too early, loops up over the keeper, and it goes away for 4, and India win the game by 7 wickets. 12 overs and 5 balls to score 133 to win the game.
England versus India live on talkSPORT 2 with Village Hotels. Dine out, stay, work out, play. Visit villagehotels.com.
It's a full-on football double bill this Thursday night on talkSPORT 2. Here Hoffenheim versus Spurs in the Europa League from kickoff at 5:45, followed by exclusive commentary of Wrexham versus Birmingham in League One at 8 p.m. Hang on to your protein shakes because the live football just keeps on coming on talkSPORT 2.
On DAB+, online, via the talkSPORT app and on your smart speaker.
This is talkSPORT 2.